Okay, if you could all take your seats, we'll get started in just a moment. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Fight for Us, Not for Them Summit, a public interest vision for EU tech policy. My name is Dave Keating. I'm a journalist and author based here in Brussels, and I'm going to be guiding us through today's discussions. And before I hand it over to the organizers to tell you a little bit more about the day, I wanted to give kind of a big picture context of what's happening in Brussels right now, which I cover day in and day out. We have this thing called the simplification agenda. It came about because of the right-wing parliamentary majority that was created by voters in the 2024 European Parliament election. For the first time ever, right-wing parties have a majority in the European Parliament. And although the European People's Party at first said they would not work with the far-right parties, the three far-right groups, ECR, PFE, and ESN, they are now working with them quite routinely and quite openly. So the centrist coalition that had been at the heart of EU policymaking for decades, the Grand Coalition, is no more. And now we have a right-wing majority that votes ad hoc. So sometimes the four right-wing groups get together and pass something with their majority, other times they don't. The message that European politicians, both at national and EU level, decided to take from the 2024 election result, when the Greens were decimated in France and Germany, and when right-wing parties increased their number, was that voters want less EU regulation. Now, of course, I've been here 20 years covering EU politics. Complaining about EU bureaucracy and red tape is the perennial scarecrow. It comes up every 5 years. It's a meaningless complaint in my opinion, but it's an easy thing to blame if you've lost control domestically, and that's what the Chancellor Friedrich Merz is doing now. That's the general context. So we had this impetus toward pulling back on legislation in the second term of Ursula von der Leyen already before Donald Trump was elected in November 2024. However, his election turbocharged this agenda because the European Commission then saw this as an opportunity to simultaneously reflect the right-wing will of the voters as they see it and to mollify the United States. And a Commission official told Politico last year that the simplification agenda, although they see it as having its own merits, they are presenting it to the US government as something being done for them as part of the Turnberry deal, which was essentially an EU surrender to the United States, struck by Commission President Ursula von der Leyen last July and ratified by the European Parliament last week. Now, they would argue that the simplification is being done for simplification's sake, to make EU regulation less burdensome for European businesses. But by presenting it to the United States as something being done for them, it's no mystery that American companies and the American government now have a seat at the table. And nowhere is this more true than with tech, which is what we're going to be talking about today. We have a series of omnibus proposals that have come from the European Commission, undoing what was done in the last term, walking back the corporate sustainability due diligence rules, walking back the AI Act, walking back other pieces of tech legislation, walking back climate legislation. And the omnibus proposals are going through the legislative process now. And I think Brando Benife, the center-left MEP from Italy, will be talking a little bit more about that when he comes. But the main point, I think, to leave you with before I turn it over to the organizers is what's happening in Brussels now is very strange. Can you imagine if in a national government you had the same prime minister as you had in the previous term? So you have a prime minister, goes to election, the voters give her a continued majority, they hand over control of this national parliament to the same party that was in control in the previous term, and that party and that prime minister then sets about undoing everything they themselves did in the previous term. It would be an extremely strange way to run a country, and it's an extremely strange way to run a union. Yet that's what's happening here in Brussels, and nobody questions it. It's very, very odd, but there's many odd things here in Brussels, as you all know. All right, so let's hear from the organizers about what we have in store today to hear about how this simplification agenda is threatening some of the protections that we have here in Europe. I'd like to first turn over the podium to Ella Dżukubowska, who is head of policy at EDRi. Ella?
Thank you, Dave, and thank you everyone for being here today for this event. I'm the head of policy at European Digital Rights, EDRi, one of the 13 NGOs that has organized this event today. And what we wanted to say on behalf of those co-organizers who you can see behind me and on your badges is that for the decision makers that are here in the room and also following online today, our message to you could not be simpler. We need you to fight for us, not for them. We need effective rules, we need red lines, fair markets, and tech in the public interest, and we need it now. But when we say fight for us, not for them, who are we talking about? Who are we? We are people and communities who want to live our lives online and offline in dignity, free from discrimination, and with access to a democratic digital world that actually respects us. Whereas right now, as we've just heard, our digital rights and protections are being dismantled before our very eyes. Then the question is, who are they? They are a set of tech industry players and other industry players as well. And their lobbying and their influence in the EU is at an absolute all-time high. And we can see their fingerprints all across omnibus proposals. As Commission President von der Leyen herself said last October in a conference, in a speech to German industry, this is deregulation, and the implication was we're doing it for you. So again, we're calling on EU lawmakers to fight for the constituents that give you power, and as we're going to hear throughout the afternoon, to fight for a just and flourishing digital Europe. Not for Zuckerberg or Bezos or Pichai to have more access to our intimate information in order to train their AI products. Not for European or US or other international companies who want to bypass democratic processes, profit from online manipulation, or decimate the environment for their shareholders' benefit. And certainly, we don't want you to fight for whoever wants to create a European Palantir and thinks that an EU stamp can make up for human rights abuses. I'm going to pass over now to my colleague Jonathan, who's going to dig a little bit into the democratic deficit of this deregulation agenda.
Thank you, Ella. On behalf of the Civil Liberties Union for Europe, I do want to say how happy we are to go with such an important event and to shine a spotlight on the digital deregulation agenda, which poses a serious threat not only to fundamental rights, but to the rule of law as well. And of course, the rule of law is a fundamental EU value. It upholds our democracy, our freedoms, our rights. But the digital omnibus and the omnibus process more broadly significantly weakens this fundamental value. The short-circuited legislative process has stunted proper consultation and cut out meaningful discussion with stakeholders such as academia and civil society. The lack of dedicated impact assessments for the digital omnibus package means that the EU is choosing not to assess its true potential impact, exposing people to greater uncertainty and risk for no legitimate reason. EU legislators are doing this at the behest of some of the world's wealthiest companies, and in service to that great euphemism, simplification. What it actually means, however, is a truly unprecedented rollback of digital rights. And it is particularly troubling when it comes to the AI omnibus, because we are simplifying a law that has not even been allowed to fully enter into force, meaning we don't really actually know how simple it is. Changing laws even before they become law in force without meaningful consultation, without dedicated impact assessments and real transparency, undermines the entire EU lawmaking process, democracy, and the rule of law. Rather than simplifying things, it creates an environment of regulatory and legislative uncertainty. People and businesses alike cannot rely on such an unpredictable legal system. Instead, we can commit to a transparent, evidence-based, inclusive process to create digital markets that benefit all without sacrificing EU values, but while upholding robust safeguards, fairness, and trust. Trust not just in the technologies that we use every day, but trust in the strength and fairness of the EU's regulatory framework and its lawmaking and enforcement process. But to go into more about what it can and should look like, I'm going to now turn it over to Frederica. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. I'm Frederica Schür from the Ada Lovelace Institute. You may have noticed on your way over that today we increased the temperature on all of you, perhaps also in this room. And what is temperature if not kinetic energy in a system? And really what that means is that there's a lot of energy and a lot of potential right here, right now, for forward movement to really make it real, a flourishing and just digital Europe. That is what it brings us together today, and we're using this opportunity to launch a 12-point call to action. Many of you have received this little poster on your way in. If you haven't received it, there are a few more, so please do and get it. I'm not going to go right here, right now, over all the 12 points. Instead, I invite you over the course of this event to take a look. We also taped up the posters to get the poster and to look at these 12 calls and think about what might it take to make it real. And what is it that I and that my organization or that my institution can do in order to support this particular process? Instead of going over all the 12 calls, we'll all do that together over the course of the conversations, I just want to highlight two concepts that really underpin these 12 calls that we, as the organizers of the conference, have put together. One is trust, and the centrality of trust to make the digital Europe work for people. And trust is something that must be built across the ecosystem, involving all stakeholders. The other central concept is autonomy. Autonomy over our data, attention, choices, and over the systems that govern our life. Look at this poster. It's warm, it's colorful. And the reason why it's warm and colorful is because the digital and the physical, they're one and the same thing. They're not separate. And really, what should our lives be? And what should digital Europe be in order to work for the people living in Europe? It should be warm and colorful. This is what we're striving for, and this is what we're calling for. And we look forward to having that conversation with you today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ella, Friederike, and Jonathan, for getting us started and for really pointing out the themes that we're going to be coming back to again and again today. I'd next like to turn over the floor. We're going to have our lightning talks now, and our first talk is from Thomas Leboniec, who is a sociologist, researcher, and an Apple whistleblower, for his presentation on European work and data plundered by US AI systems. Thomas?
Hi. Can you hear me well? Good, thanks. So to quickly introduce myself, I'm a sociologist. I'm a PhD candidate at the Polytechnical Institute of Paris, and I'm here to tell you about a few of the results that we obtained over the course of the last 18 months, because I've been conducting a case study on a work platform in which you find EU data workers, so people who annotate AI for the purpose of training these systems. I would like to start with a reference to something that happened last year. On April 14th, 2025, Meta published a blog post and they said, we are now going to use EU citizens' personal data in order to train our AI systems. So maybe I don't think that we are very much aware of what it means to say, I am going to train my AI system with your personal data. They also called this blog post, Making AI Work Harder for Europeans. So basically with this post, what they said was, we have decided that we are going to advertise this first data flow, user data from the European Union that is extracted and then sent to those intellectual monopolies based in California. Over the course of our research, I've come across several guidelines for annotation for these data workers who are also based in the European Union. And one of the things that they do is actually read through these conversations that a user has with a Meta AI system on Facebook or on LinkedIn. And then they review, for example, the last response. And they determine whether it is good enough or not good enough based on several rubrics. So this is a quote here from these instruction guidelines from the work platform that I've been studying. That's what it looks like. You have a second flow, a knowledge flow, a workflow, which is AI annotation work from the European Union, again, towards these intellectual monopolies. I would like to quickly mention a research that was published a couple months ago by a Spanish research team. You can see the reference down there. So basically what they said was, when you access the website of these 4 companies in order to use their chatbot, so whenever you have an interaction with Claude, ChatGPT, Perplexity, or Grok, there were hidden trackers. They found 13 of them over these 4 websites. Some of these trackers you can see here. I chose the ones that, the most commonly known ones. So Google Analytics, Meta, and TikTok were found there. Which means that you have a third hidden data flow, which is user data that is leaked, and again, it goes in the same direction from the European Union. Now, over the course of our research, we actually found 16 trackers on one single work platform. I don't know why there's a little bit of an issue with the slide. So here it should say 13 trackers found across 4 websites for LeakyLM, and here it should say 16 trackers found on one single AI tutoring, the laser is not working, AI tutoring platform. So basically, if you want to remember something about this presentation, here it is. You have user data, European users' data that flows from the client through the platform to these data workers who are working from their own computer. And then they annotate this data and they send it back through the platform to these clients. Some of those projects in the platform also include personal data production, which means that they have to record themselves, their voices, their faces, etc., etc. So this is the explicit data flow. And then you have the hidden data flow, which goes through these trackers. So these platform workers actually, through these 16 trackers, send even more data to the platform and to the clients for 2 purposes at least. One of them being surveillance of the workers, and the second one being automation purposes, so AI training again. The final map that I wanted to show you looks like this. So you have 4 data and knowledge flows from the European Union to these intellectual monopolies based in California. To be noted, the LeakyLM research actually sparked the attention of the Spanish Data Protection Authority. So they actually asked the European Data Protection Board to start investigation task force into this matter. So, why not the rest now that we've started? You've noticed that I've been mentioning intellectual monopolies from the very beginning of this presentation, and that is a concept that is used a lot by developed and defined by, among others, economist Cecilia Ricap. So basically, one of the attributes of these intellectual monopolies is that they organize an entire network around them from which they extract all of the value, and that's the center. All of the others around it are the periphery. So they extract the value from the periphery and they appropriate it. So Cecilia Ricap calls this to an extractivism, data and knowledge, which is what we see here again. There is something that is very important that I have not mentioned yet here, which is that many, if not all of these intellectual monopolies are embedded with the Department of War, the US Department of War, which means that the data and the knowledge that is being produced by European workers and European users is actually directly and indirectly helping these companies produce military-grade systems. We've come to the point that some researchers, these here, Koveri, Kotsa, Gorascio, say that the boundary between the US government and these companies has become so blurry that you cannot effectively differentiate them. And one of the few firewalls that we have to limit a little bit this extractivism are the GDPR and the AI Act, the same that are being destroyed now. Before I conclude, I wanted to also mention the privacy policy of this platform. So this here is a section of the privacy policy. And effectively what they are saying is, we are going to collect your biometric data as a data annotator, and you're going to lose control over it. And we're going to use it for training purposes. I've also seen excerpts from another document in which they call this research data. And if you have worked a little bit on the Digital Omnibus package, this is going to ring a bell. So basically what this means is that Meta should not have called this blog post "Making AI Work Harder for Europeans." They should have called it "Making Europeans Work Harder for AI." Takeaways about the Digital Omnibus, considering all of these things put together. It's going to worsen an immense and existing security crisis. It is going to legalize personal data extraction, which is an issue both because it is a fundamental right, and if you don't care about it, also because it is an essential asset for AI production systems, for producing AI systems. It also lets young and educated European workers be exploited by these foreign intellectual monopolies while this talent goes to waste for the European Union. So what this means is that the Digital Omnibus is actually backfiring on its own goals about EU innovation and digital sovereignty plans. So, what to do? Basically, you need to reject modifications of the GDPR to Articles 4.1, 438, 9.2k and 9.5, 12.5 and 13.5, and 88c. We can go into detail about this later if there's time. In terms of adoption, some things are absolutely essential. Banning biometric data collection in workplace relations, enforcing consent as the sole legal basis for AI training, and systematizing the algorithmic justice principle with the obligation to delete all unfairly acquired data and associated systems. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Tomas. So actually, we have a bit of time. You mentioned that we could go into a little more detail about the recommendations for GDPR specifically.
Should I sit here?
What to resist. You could stay standing if you want.
Why not?
So in terms of I don't know if we can pull back up that slide with the omnibus recommendations, but you could go into a little bit more detail about why these things need to be resisted.
Yeah, sorry, got it wrong. So implementation was the one that wanted the rejection.
That should be rejected.
So here, the arguments that I make are always specifically related to the research project that we have been conducting, and they are all linked to these platform workers. Of course, the argument is much bigger than that. But basically, if you modify Article 4.1 into a subjective definition of what personal data is supposed to mean, then you leave out any possibility for these workers to actually question the loss of control over their data through these trackers, for example, because sometimes they're not associated with their own personal identity. Sometimes they are, actually. you can see trackers collecting phone number, full name, email address, what have you, and biometric data as well, like screen recorders or the equivalent of that. And then research data, well, as I mentioned, this is going to be like the new umbrella term under which these types of companies are going to hide behind. They are for-profit extractivist companies, and then they're going to say, this is research data, which doesn't mean anything, but basically means I'm off limits now for GDPR, for the GDPR, and you cannot do anything about it, even though I collected your faces, your voices, all of your liking. Articles 12 and 13.5, I think, is important also because they are related to right to access and the right to information. So if you weaken those, then actually these workers will be even less aware than they are right now that their personal data is being collected without their knowledge. And then they will not be even able to actually start using one of the few useful tools that exist in the GDPR, which is right to access, in order to try to understand what is going on behind this data collection by their employer. And then Article 88C, basically, this means that there will be even less of a possibility for a user, Facebook user, or a worker, a data worker, or a worker in any other context to actually say, I refuse that you use my data to train your AI systems.
And maybe also a bigger picture question. If you go to the next slide with recommendations for improving and implementing, I mean, given that we're in this climate where we're having to just protect even what's already been agreed, what are the avenues to actually make these improvements, given the climate that we're in?
Well, I'm not a lawmaker, so you're putting me on the spot right there. I couldn't tell you. I'm just saying, like, if you actually have the proper evidence and the actual information, which evidently the European Commission has not, they have not done the job, well, you actually start wondering about two important things, which are the fact that data, personal data, are an essential element of these systems, and it's being plundered away. And the second element is that the GDPR does not oppose innovation. If anything, it is actually protecting the EU innovation ecosystem or economy. So, as I said, it's a firewall.
Yeah.
It's one of the few things that actually protects us. Maybe I haven't insisted enough on the fact that these systems, so for example, Defense Llama that is being developed by Meta for the Department of War, it can be used against us. Like, the US government is explicitly antagonizing the European Union. Why give them the weapons? Why actually help them? Why give them the knowledge and data that let them develop these systems? This is incomprehensible to me.
Well, thank you for a very sobering and interesting presentation. How about a round of applause for Thomas? Go ahead.
Maybe one last quick thing. We are going to publish the results of this research probably in September. Stay tuned.
We have that to look forward to. So in that presentation, of course, you were talking about the GDPR, the AI Act, and some of the other pieces of legislation. Next up, we're going to hear from a man who was very much involved in the creation of this legislation. As I mentioned before in the intro, this is legislation that was passed, most of it relatively recently. As Thomas mentioned, much of it has not even taken effect, but apparently it's the cause of all of our failure to innovate, according to some EU lawmakers. So Brando Benife is an MEP, an Italian MEP from the center-left S&D group. He has been leading on several of these digital files, including the AI Act, but is also very involved in relations with the U.S. government, as part of the delegation, going for visits and Washington, meeting with the US government, particularly on some of these trade issues. And he has also raised concerns about the digital omnibus in terms of having it walk back what was achieved. And what's important to note about the AI Act is it was the very first comprehensive piece of legislation regulating artificial intelligence in the world. Some US states have tried to do this, but the federal government in the US has blocked US states from being able to legislate on AI. But they're not content just to block their own member states from doing it. They also are trying to block the European Union, which seems to maybe be in their minds as another state of the United States. So they have been active here in trying to walk back the AI Act and prevent any further digital legislation from coming into effect. And they have been successful so far, particularly with the Digital Omnibus, which is walking back the AI Act and other pieces of digital legislation. Now, you will often hear from EU policymakers on the right that, oh, but these are just small changes, these are just perfecting things that were causing problems in the AI Act already. But it's interesting that a lot of what's in this omnibus reads as a wish list that the US government presented to the European Commission, particularly in August of last year, when we had to try to figure out what the Turnberry deal meant, what was part of it. And we had one statement from the US government, one statement from the European Commission that seemed to be in contradiction with one another. But what the US government listed in terms of what they understood to be part of the understanding of the Turnberry deal somehow then turned up in the digital omnibus. So I think that's the context I'll present as we're waiting for Brando, I think is coming in right now. That's the context in which this EU legislation is being dealt with, that we're getting a big push by the United States to adjust this legislation, which hasn't yet taken effect. We're still waiting for Brando. Let's see. I'm stalling as long as I can. He's just about here. Okay. Yeah, go for it. Helena?
So which one of the LLMs?
Yeah, maybe use that one.
Which one of the LLMs is sending data to TikTok?
You need to check the Leaky LM website because I can't remember right now.
It's kind of politically salient in a different way.
Honestly, I wouldn't be worried about TikTok. I would be worried about Meta, Google.
But if you're worried about political saliency and how to get it through, you might want to be worried about TikTok. To make your point to the EU lawmakers, because they care.
Since TikTok seems to scare EU lawmakers more than Meta.
Yeah, well, that's a mistake from them. Like,
You can also play them on their mistakes, no?
sure, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good point, that when we hear TikTok talked about here in Brussels in the EU bubble, it's as if it's the only tech company that we need to be worried about. But of course, that is because of its ownership, which now in the United States isn't even Chinese anymore. Now in the United States, it is American. So it's yet another American tech company, at least in the United States, although here in Europe, it is still Chinese-owned. Any other questions for Thomas while we're still waiting for Brando? Yeah, go ahead.
If you only have consent as a basis for processing and data transfers, you basically knock out anonymized data.
Well, anonymized data, by definition, doesn't fall.
Yeah, I mean pseudonymized. Like basically everything else. What is the thing you knock out?
Well, personal data is associated to a user or a worker. So if it's properly pseudonymized, this is a difficult topic which I'm not like an expert on. The only thing I have to say is that consent as the sole legal basis for AI training purposes on personal data that is identifiable, associated to a user or a worker, is a good way to actually get them in the room, because they are stakeholders where they are constantly ignored. We are constantly ignored as users, and data workers. So that's why it's important.
Great. Okay, we have Brando now coming in the room. Thank you again to Thomas for the presentation. So as I was mentioning, Brando has been very involved in all of these files, and he's now going to deliver his lightning talk on democracy and the digital omnibus. Brando?
Okay, so thank you for this opportunity. I just come back from the European Parliament, where I just had the chance to present my opinion from the jury committee as a rapporteur on the data omnibus. That's one of the topics, in fact, that we are looking at. In fact, from the GDPR to the AI Act, I had a discussion today about the number of companies outside the EU that are taking the AI Act as a reference point. So a Brussels effect is brewing in this moment, I would say. More now than maybe when we just approved the law. But GDPR, for a longer time, obviously, they've become global standard setters with this so-called Brussels effect. Today we are operating, it's true, we have to admit it, in a different geopolitical environment compared to when we approved this legislation, characterized by growing technological competition with the United States and China. And sometimes this competition is a bit weaponized to try to undermine our protections and our legislation. In this context, we see the temptation to respond with the regulation. I think this is a huge mistake. Trust, legal certainty, effective enforcements are not obstacles to innovation, but rather they are preconditions for innovations that we can like in terms of our values. We cannot present simplification or deregulation as substitutes for implementation, enforcement, and investment. Much of the debate around the digital omnibus has focused on the GDPR, and for good reasons. The GDPR is the foundation of trust in the digital economy of today. Citizens need to know that their personal data are protected, that they are retaining meaningful rights, and that those rights can be effectively enforced. And the same applies to e-privacy rules. Confidentiality of communications, meaningful consent, and protection against intrusive tracking remain essential safeguards in an increasingly data-driven economy. And simplification should not become a vehicle for weakening these protections. This is why I'm particularly worried of proposals concerning the definition of personal data, the processing of sensitive data for AI purposes, and the right of access. But the debate is not only about the GDPR. Some of the most consequential aspects of the Digital Omnibus concern the Data Act and the Data Governance Act. These laws were adopted only recently, after lengthy negotiations, and with broad political support across the European Parliament. The Data Act itself has just only entered into application, and the Data Act was also the result of a carefully negotiated political compromise between manufacturers, users, SMEs, innovators, and public authorities. Reopening this balance undermines predictability for businesses and investors before we have even had the opportunity to properly assess the framework in practice. These rules are crucial because they shape Europe's wider data economy. They are important for Europe's future technological sovereignty, as the GDPR is for the protection of personal data. For this reason, I have to tell you that in my work as the rapporteur for jury opinion on the Data Omnibus, I focused on preserving the core balance and objectives of the Data Act, safeguarding meaningful access to data, ensuring that trade secrets do not become a disproportionate obstacle to data sharing, maintaining trusted and neutral data intermediation services, protecting public interest access to data, cloud switching and interoperability obligations, and strengthening governance. More broadly, we will continue working to ensure that this drive for simplification, that is fueled by political considerations, by the pressure coming from the other side of the Atlantic, is not, in fact, delivering a dismantling of our safeguards, but also of the enabling factors to be able to not be captured by non-European incumbents that are trying to simply impede a market where European companies can also offer their services in fair conditions. Because this aspect also of oligopolistic approach and pushing European companies out of the market is an aspect that I think should be used also as a leverage for our discourse when we look at the protection of fundamental rights. My point is there can be a broad coalition to work in this direction because many different interests are damaged by a deregulatory, US-driven action on our digital legislation. Simplification needs to be evidence-based. Otherwise, I don't understand where is the simplification, because it can even make it more complicated if it's not evidence-based. I give you an example. The European Commission has chosen to delete the directive for AI liability. That is complicating, not simplifying anything, because not having one framework for AI liability will leave every country in the European Union to have their own liability rules. And this is something that is not covered by existing rules, as it was advocated, we would say, by the Commission to explain why they stopped the procedure against the willingness of the Parliament also. So we can see this debate becoming very concrete when we look at the CSRD and CSDDD, the omnibuses packages on sustainability that were already completed, and now again with the AI omnibus and the digital omnibus. I think that reducing unnecessary burdens for SMEs especially is a legitimate objective. But when an omnibus proposal reopens recently negotiated laws and affects core rights, obligations, definitions, and governance structures, it cannot be treated as a purely technical exercise. So this is why the lack of an impact assessment matters. The absence of a proper impact assessment is a serious problem. The digital omnibus affects several major pieces of legislation at once, including the GDPR, the e-privacy, the Data Act, the Data Governance Act, and the P2B regulation. We are not simply removing duplications or clarifying rules. We see the proposal to revisit balances that were negotiated with the tentative to find a good balance between different needs. Data protection, innovation, access to data, competition, consumer protection, and fundamental rights. So this is why the Parliament, following strong calls also from civil society and with the strong push from certain political groups, especially, I would say, among the bigger ones, mine, the SD, we requested a substitute impact assessment. The objective is not to delay the legislative process, but to ensure that lawmakers have an independent and robust evidence-based report before taking decisions on changes of this scale. The assessment will focus on some of the most sensitive elements of the proposal. It will examine whether the proposed amendments comply with the Charter rights to privacy and data protection, as well as with the principles of necessity and proportionality. It will also assess their impact, their real impact, on innovation, competitiveness, and administrative burdens. More specifically, it will analyze the key GDPR-related changes, including the definition of personal data, scientific research, information rights, pseudonymization, and anonymization, as well as the privacy provisions, consent signals, and the proposed AI-related processing rules, which are very worrying. It will also assess who is likely to benefit from those changes, including whether they could disproportionately advantage large non-European technology companies. In addition, it will evaluate the consequences of the proposed repeal of the platform-to-business regulation, including possible legal gaps, market impacts, and effects on startups, scale-ups, and fundamental rights. I can already anticipate to you that on the platform-to-business, at least in the jury committee, there is a large majority, I would say quite overwhelming majority, to not repeal the platform-to-business regulation, because simply some of its protections are not followed by are not covered by the DSA and DMA, so we need the P2B legislation. So this substitute impact assessment is therefore an important tool to ensure that debate remains transparent, evidence-based, and democratically accountable. Finally, I would like to say that especially the Parliament has to defend a democratic and public interest approach to tech policy, which starts from the recognition that technology is not neutral. Decisions about data, algorithms, and digital infrastructure are ultimately decisions about power and participation. So trust, legal certainty, data protection, interoperability, and effective enforcement are not obstacles to innovation. They are essential conditions for sustainable and competitive digital growth that can protect our fundamental freedoms. So the digital rule book must not stay on paper. It needs to be properly enforced. This means giving the enforcers the right means to enforce it, and also have the political willingness to enforce the rules that you have, because you can also choose to simply close your eyes, and this is not what we can afford today. And due to the fact that a few digital actors hold significant influence over data and digital infrastructures, democratic digital policy must ensure that power remains accountable. This is why the concept of digital subsidiarity is important. Digital governance should empower citizens, SMEs, local actors, rather than concentrate control in the hands of a few dominant players. I think that the issues we are talking about, data governance, interoperability, portability, and access to data, should be also looked with this lens of how we can use a distributed subsidiarity-driven approach to overcome the concentrations that we are seeing creating bottlenecks. We need to build an alternative to purely extractive models based on the concentration of data and economic power. So we need to pay greater attention to cooperative and participatory models of data governance. Data intermediaries, data altruism organizations, and emerging forms of data cooperatives can help ensure that we have a more balanced data environment that is more transparent, accountable, and collectively beneficial. So to conclude, lawmakers and civil society for sure have a shared responsibility to shape this digital policy. Legislators need the input from citizens, businesses, researchers, unions, civil society to understand how rules work in practice and identify unintended consequences. Good digital policy emerges through democratic debate, evidence-based policymaking, and continuous engagement with stakeholders. To be honest, this is not the direction we have seen in some of the decisions being taken by the European institutions, and that's why we are trying to correct it, because our objective should not be just a digital economy that is competitive, but it should be, in our view, if we want to be true to a European model, democratic, participatory, and aligned with our values. And this is a whole lot of different actions that need to be taken, and I try to sketch some of that based on the work that we are doing on the data digital omnibus. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brendo. So Brendo was outlining there, he asked the question, who's this being done for? Who's calling the shots? That's what the next panel is going to look at. So the name of this next panel is Reality Check, Europe's Tech Policy as Its Strength. And they're going to be discussing what is concretely at stake with the simplification agenda, who it's for, what would be the consequences for Europe at home and on the world stage, and also what the human, societal, and geopolitical consequences would be of rolling back the EU's tech policy framework, and why people, communities, and businesses rely on strong, consistent, and fair rules, as Brenda was just saying, in order to nurture innovation, not to block it. So now let me introduce you to the moderator for this panel, Averna McGowan, Tech and Human Rights Advisor at UN Human Rights. Averna?
Good afternoon, everybody, and lovely to see you all for this very important panel and conversation. I'd like to kick off by introducing our fabulous panelists. Today we have Anita Goromerty, who is the Executive Director of IT for Change. Dr. Corinne Cat, Interim Director of Digital at Article 19 and a researcher at Cambridge University. Aurélien Meyel, who is the Lead Public Policy Manager at DuckDuckGo. And we're also joined by Thomas Le Bonnic, sociologist, researcher, and Apple whistleblower. So really a fantastic panel to join us today for this discussion. And please take your seat. Thank you. So I think we had a fabulous framing for this panel also through the speeches that we just heard, and really does hone us on the point about the geopolitical implications of these changes to digital policy. And at the United Nations Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, many of you joined us just a few weeks ago. We had a roundtable on the international dimensions of this, and there's a summary note of that meeting available as well. So it dovetails nicely. We note by the first question we wanted to look at today is, what is it exactly that we are trying to protect in this EU policy debate? And Corinne, if I could come to you first, I'd really like you to reflect a bit for us on what is most at stake right now for people, especially for people and of course also for our planet.
I grab this one. Can everyone hear me? Perfect. I think people and planet is precisely what is at stake today. It will come as no surprise to anyone who is in this room, because you have all had to go through the blazing heat outside, that the impact of tech on the environment is real, that climate change is real, and that you cannot negotiate with that fact. And you also asked the question, so who suffers? Now, obviously, we do, but not in equal measures. We know that people most marginalized in different ways are the first one to truly feel the proverbial heat of all of these changes. And it also doesn't take a whole lot of imagination, at least not today, to think of what the future that we're collectively building right now might look like if we keep building out undirected technology upon technology about technology. And that is the direction in which we are heading right now. We are seeing that the Commission wants to triple our data center capacity, but it is largely unclear if there is a European demand for this surge in supply. What is clear that it will lead to further climate change, that it will likely quell critical voices who are trying to speak up against this, and that it might very likely increase the power of big tech. Now, as someone who works for a freedom of expression organization, I do have to ask the question, who has actually asked for this? And before we accept competition as an answer here, it is really worth asking, competition and competitiveness for whom? Technology for whom? Artificial intelligence for whom? Because what we know is that the rules that are being stripped away to make room for this tech build-out, the rules on rights, the rules on transparency, the rules on accountability, that is what lets all of us see what these systems are doing. It helps SMEs understand how this technology might be helpful, as well as providing real accountability for harm. And remove these rules, and you don't necessarily get a freer or more competitive Europe. What you get is a less accountable one, where power simply operates in the dark and where big tech can extend its particular influence. A quick round-off that I will take you through. One other thing that we are really worried about when it comes to the impact of the deregulation is public trust in the authorities. Article 19 has done a lot of research on resistance against data centers across Europe, and we are seeing a very broad movement of people who do not want this build-out, and it's unclear if we need it. And if the Commission will persist on this path, it will probably impact the already limited public trust that exists. And so the question that I want to leave everyone with is, what good is it to be alive in the AI age on a dead planet?
Wow, that's quite a powerful statement to end the last point with. And I think, as you remarked, this question of data centers is also fascinating because we see all the different threads coming together because, of course, there's civic space implications there. We're seeing how that space for freedom of expression more generally is being a little closed down, as well as protest rights. So it's interesting to see that. Aurélien, a similar question to you, but I guess a few times big tech was mentioned. Obviously, a running theme of this is the entire premise of the digital omnibus is that it will be good for business, that it will help business. What about DuckDuckGo? What would your position as a business be on that matter?
Yeah, thank you, Ivana. And just a few words on DuckDuckGo, maybe for those who are less familiar. We are an internet privacy company. We offer a search engine that does track you, also a browser that embeds protections for your privacy, and free, private, optional AI. I insist also on optional is something you can turn off if you don't want to use it. DuckDuckGo has long been profitable, so it's like the proof that you can grow online without resorting to exploitation. And we like to say that our browser is the best in class when it comes to third-party tracker protection and protection to unwanted profiling. That also includes acting on the first party or server side, which is actually quite hard or sometimes impossible to block without breaking the website that actually is trying to profile you. And that's where the GDPR consent-based approach comes in. The fact that the website has to ask you for your consent is the thing that enables us to actually deploy protections. And the reason is because the DuckDuckGo browser actually already provides a solution to these annoying cookie banners that everybody hates. It automatically detects them, closes them, declines tracking for you. And we actually have a team of engineers that is in a constant game of whack-a-mole with all sorts of companies trying to track you more, profile you more. And there's actually two ways, and I come to the question, two ways the omnibus could rig the game in their favor. It's, first of all, the exemption to obtaining consent, the fact that websites, for many reasons, wouldn't have to request that consent in the first place. We actually support some exemptions to this rule, such as, for instance, privacy-preserving analytics. But right now, the exemptions are too broadly worded and would create loopholes that many websites are going to exploit. But the more concerning part of the omnibus is probably on the new definition of personal data. A blanket change that goes way beyond the case law which we think, the existing framework which we think provides enough flexibility, as I'm going to talk about a bit later, and does not integrate, context-specific safeguards. We think it would create an enforcement nightmare, and we would see many websites again not claiming that they are not processing personal data, and therefore don't request the consent, even though they are actually profiling you. Maybe a few words to finish on some proposals currently circulating that we think are a bit concerning. And that's really things that would a bit hurt our value proposition as a privacy browser, such as rules to force browsers to ask at the start of the session or even the first open of the browser what the user preference is, or other proposals that would force browsers to use third-party software like extensions to convey the user preferences. These two things were clearly drafted with Chrome in mind, and the market is broader than that. And I think these sort of things would really make it, impossible for us actually to set the protections to the highest level by default. It would, hurt this sort of, would bring friction, complexity, hurt the user-friendliness of the browser. And we know that these things are really important when it comes to the user experience online.
Thank you. So it really struck me when you said the expression rig the game in favor of those who less privacy preferring models, and also interesting to see that there's not universal support from the entire private sector for all of the omnibus. Clearly that there are companies for which this, on the contrary, poses significant questions. Anita, I'd love to come to you next. And it also, this question was also highlighted in both cases of personal data. And at the United Nations Office of High Commissioner of Human Rights, when we are looking at this question, something that emerged, for example, was the question of how personal data will change how the EU interacts internationally with law enforcement, the question of transnational repression. Transnational repression, for those who aren't aware, the phenomenon of persecuting human rights defenders and journalists across borders, and obviously there's implications there. So Anita, obviously you have that more global perspective. It would be really fascinating to hear from you how you see, and obviously to say it's not also, we should stress that the EU has gotten everything correct in the first place. I know our office and lots of civil society have had a lot of commentary on the laws to date, but nevertheless, we're really fascinated to hear from you what this is in a global context.
Yeah, firstly, thank you so much to EDRi and partners. It's an honor and pleasure to be here and to begin to forge connections that will hopefully take us to better futures, better digital futures. Since I'm here, I'm going to perhaps ask some uncomfortable questions. Perhaps I'm here to do that. Well, I mean, to start with, global digital markets and value chains have been unregulated in the Wild West sense for the longest time, the greater part of their history, with, of course, unprecedented harms to democracy. I would also like to underscore economic democracy in addition to political democracy. And of course, this quest for tech sovereignty and the proposed Cloud and AI Development Act, what is really clear is that jurisdictional authority becomes important. And we see that even with my government. The whole idea of sovereignty is very, very, has taken center stage. But this is also a kind of a desperate catch-up attempt at economic self-determination, which is now part of European foreign policy priority. And I think this is important for the Global South to understand. And what this shifts for us in the Global South is that the instrument of sovereign authority now displaces the instrument of human rights with respect to European economic protectionism. So what do I mean? Europe is sometimes seen in the Global South to have weaponized human rights and foreign policy and trade and international cooperation, to use even development assistance as a tool to influence domestic governance abroad. And in the recent past, there's also a perception of soft peddling when it comes to certain actors in the European context, especially energy suppliers, certain countries, or very powerful geopolitical partners. And this has not necessarily led to benefits for European citizens. Rather, it has penalized smaller, economically dependent nation states. Global South activists also note that the EU has never challenged, although it could have through this kind of third way and all of that, the new colonial dynamics of global digital value chains. In Africa, the European Union was one of the strongest actors pushing the African Free Trade Digital Protocol away from the African Union data policy framework, which was built on African agency, developmental autonomy, and data justice, more and more towards free data flows and digital trade, obviously because of European advantage. And the same tension is visible in the European flagship external connectivity initiative in Africa, the Global Gateway Project. On the Platform Work Directive, it's very clear that European citizens are more important than citizens in the Global South, and many European-based companies have been found to be engaging workers in the Global South to build AI systems under highly exploitative work conditions. Now, with this proposed Cloud and AI Act, we're possibly seeing an accelerated rollout, which is what the policy says, sounds ominously similar to the move fast, break things. So, well, this is taking precedence over societal and environmental considerations, as was already said, and this is going to come to haunt all of us, finally. More recently, in relation to the EU-Singapore trade deal agreement of 2025, concerns have been raised by many activists, trade activists, that the US effectively undermined its own digital regulatory framework, including the DSA, DMA, and the AI Act. So with Singapore, this kind of bilateral trade agreement is necessarily going to contribute to the undermining of the rights of European citizens. Finally, when all of us are disempowered, we shall rise above and there shall be the revolution. But what this really means for civic political rights is important, but it's equally important what will happen to publicness, what will happen to economic democracy. So I just want to conclude this bit by saying that the experiences of the Global South have shown that deregulation does not mean the retreat of the state. Neoliberal deregulation does not shrink state power, it just repurposes state power. It really means the coercive apparatus of the state to protect capital, acquire land, suppress labor, and clear resources for private infrastructural projects. So this is a slippery slope. And secondly and finally, I really am also a little bit unclear how all of this simplification will really address the consolidation of data power and how tech sovereignty in the form of a package or otherwise is really going to deal with the interrelationship between market structures, societal autonomy, equitable value distribution, etc. Scholars of intellectual property have repeatedly pointed out how, with all these European common data spaces, agriculture and health and others, public innovation has not really benefited. So if we're really going in the direction of public innovation, innovation for public science, then an a priori question would be about designing economic policy and what are the socially beneficial outcomes we would like to produce as Europeans, as the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Rightly struck a chord, and I think a very powerful message. A lot of us human rights lawyers tend to stick to the classic civil and political rights approach, which is very important, but it's extremely important also those economic, social, and cultural rights. As you rightly said, economic power. And power, I think, is a word that is a silver thread through all of this conversation. So, Thomas, you mentioned this already from your presentation, that imbalance of power between big tech and obviously workers. Are the EU's digital rules and labour rules, do they risk becoming geopolitical bargaining chips in this context?
It's not a risk, it's already happened. You have one of the organizers of this event, which is the corporate Europe Observatory, whose work I salute. They have evidenced the fact that the digital lobbies that represent Apple, Meta, Amazon in the European Union, they made a wish list, and this wish list has now been transformed into the digital omnibus. And
do you think, how do you see that playing out geopolitically?
Another element of answer is that this lobbying does not come exclusively from private entities, intellectual monopolies, but also from the US government. I think it was in February of this year that Reuters published an article in which they mentioned that Marco Rubio had issued a statement for its diplomats all over the world saying, we want you to report and fight back on all digital sovereignty initiatives. I just wanted to mention one thing very quickly, which is I entirely agree with you, Anita. I think this is something that is very important. I left it out because we are here in Brussels in the European Union, but the work that we do with my research team focuses on global chains of value, which means that we see data annotators, content moderators exploited all over the world. Kenya, Madagascar, Venezuela, Chile, Colombia, all of these countries are also, as of now, digital peripheries, both to the US and to the European Union. Maybe one thing that I forgot to mention in the presentation is the amount of the actual amount of workers that this represents, because maybe some of you think that this is a niche thing. A 2023 research from the World Bank found that there were somewhere between 150 and 435 million platform workers in the entire world, which accounts for somewhere around 12.5% of the entire workforce. And a couple of weeks ago, Eurofound, with the European Labour Agency, published another research paper in which they said that platform work, and specifically data work on those platforms, represented somewhere between 2 to 5% of the entire EU workforce. And so that was a point I was trying to make in the presentation, which is that the EU is being pushed towards the periphery in terms of the digital economy. It is now being transformed into a territory from which you extract data and knowledge. And that has been the situation for what we call, for lack of a better word, the global south.
That's a really staggering statistic. I'd never heard it laid out that clearly, and it really does give food for thought. Corinne, coming back to you, obviously civil society groups have been consistently raising this question about corporate capture, but I know you've been looking into this in particular in relation to digital infrastructure. Could you maybe share that with us?
Thank you so much. So yes, there's absolutely been capture. I think most of us have already captured it on the panel in terms of the big tech wish list becoming the guiding line for how to simplify, quote unquote, the various regulations. There is a second part to it, because this capture is not only about who writes the rules or who scraps the rules for that matter, but it is structural, and it really lives in the infrastructure that we have here in Europe. And so what we have done at Article 19 is quite a bit of research on the extent to which key institutions for freedom of expression, for access to information, for media freedom, for the free press, are increasingly beholden to especially cloud computing companies for their essential operations. So it is very, very hard right now to go to any online outlet, Wikipedia actually being the exception here, and not do that via one of the big tech cloud platforms. And that is really worrisome. Because if all of our media is running on these big platforms, we should, at a minimum, not be reducing the protections that we have there, especially when you also look at the timing. I mean, the geopolitics of 2026 have been a roller coaster at best. And for better or for worse, there is now this talk about strategic autonomy in energy, in media provision, in access to information. Except when it comes to the digital platform below it, we seem to not be looking to strengthen that resilience, but rather we're constantly outsourcing it. And the current proposals, whether that is deregulation or building out more quote-unquote European data centers, are not going to fix this problem. And we really see this when we look at where the money actually flows. So there was some research by academics today actually that showed that the EU's cloud and AI trade deficit is overwhelmingly US bound. So if the EU genuinely wanted to take aim at building a resilient continent, that would be one direction to consider instead. But what we're seeing is that the Cloud and AI Development Act instead sets out to triple our data center capacity. And if that is capacity that is available to everyone, it will very likely fall in the hands of big tech. So saving them money on some of their biggest capital expenditure, namely building out infrastructure, paid by the European taxpayer, thank you very much. And I think that's really the sharpest way I can put it. What we're seeing is a great deal of infrastructure that is now being celebrated as European sovereignty or European resiliency. The data centers, the AI, the energy supply is all being underwritten with public funding and with public power. And what we believe is that it overwhelmingly will entrench the position of firms that are not European. And even if they are, that does not mean by default that they will protect rights. So we're paying in euros, we're paying in megawatts, we're paying in public trust to deepen the exact dependency that the deregulatory agenda claims to be solving. Voilà, merci Bruxelles.
Merci Bruxelles. Thank you so much. Aurélien, to come back to you for a moment and maybe to try this for the final round of discussion here, to look for the future we want. How do we flip this moment? What could be done now that the rule books have been reopened, to actually use, privacy by design, the positive aspects of the rights elements of EU regulation to, ensure that companies that are privacy preserving can really thrive and have an advantage?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm going to give two specific examples for that. So I mentioned the work we do to automate the cookie banners. Obviously, doesn't mean that we are against the privacy signals. We are very much in favor. And in fact, the work we do, only addresses part of the problem, right? It only closes about 90% of the cookie banners on the top 10,000 websites, but this number goes dramatically down as soon as you expand that number down to 50%, simply because a lot of websites use uncommon banners or non-compliant ones often. And so we really see the introduction of a consistent framework and, of course, a binding signal as something that is going to largely fix the problem and also strongly reduce breakage. The term we use when a website doesn't work properly as it should when we access it. It's something that we have to grapple with due to our protections. And, an example is like you go on a website that wants to embed a YouTube video. We would block the loading of Google trackers, obviously. And, some websites would break instead of just ask you to unlock the tracker for that particular video. And so that's an example of something that more structured communication infrastructure between websites, browsers is going to largely solve, where websites can convey requests to browsers that are able to, block those that are abusive or not aligned with the user preference. Because obviously, if you go to DuckDuckGo, you want to be protected against tracking. The other example about a positive intervention is a bit in a different space, and that's on the competition space. And that's because I've mentioned Google several times for tracking behaviors. Obviously, search remains their core business as the biggest internet privacy violator. And that's where I want to mention briefly these so-called specification proceedings the Commission is doing right now for the sharing of Google search click and query data, which we really see the use for, simply because we are building our own index right now, and just like many of our predecessors or competitors trying to do so, at the moment we really see that there's a huge barrier. We structurally cannot catch up with Google scale without basically access to data that is able to address that unit scale that Google builds after years of hoarding access points to search across platforms. So some obviously concerns have been expressed. Google has raised some of them. We think without proper evidence. We think they are, before all trying to kill the obligation they've made. They laid out terms that remove 99% of the distinct queries from the data set. And so we think there's a way out with a more targeted approach, a bit in line with what the Commission has been proposing. And we would like this to succeed, to uphold the right privacy standard, while at the same time enabling alternatives to actually compete.
That's a really important point. I think that whole question of real competition and allowing different models and different companies to thrive in practice. Staying on the future-looking piece, Anita, I'd like to come back to you. You've done a lot of thought and thinking about tech governance globally. There's a lot of thought on that, I think, going on in the EU in terms of its foreign policy. We had the EU Global Strategy agreed last year that mentions things like platform governance and its involvement in, for example, the UNESCO processes globally. There's also the Global Gateways human-centric approach, lots of different pieces. So, you've thought a lot and deeply about these matters. What is the lesson that the EU can learn from this moment about how to do things differently?
I think it's a moment when we really have to scratch our heads to come up with very creative solutions, and listening to civil society and listening to the voices on the ground is truly important. And I think at the core of all of this is the creation of public digital value, which cannot be confused with market metrics. And we really have to ask the question, how is the innovation premium to be generated? How is it to be distributed? And liberal approaches have only gone so far, so we need supra-liberal approaches, which is, of course, about human rights protection and promotion, but it's also about fairness and equity. Earlier this year, we had this event when we did a flip on Gen AI, and we said, what would regenerative AI look like? And this is like a fourfold pathway, and we said at minimum it has to have 4 parameters: meaningful and dignified work, diversified economies, pluralistic knowledge societies, and planetary flourishing. And these are the non-negotiable conditions, and each society should find out a way by which they can balance things. But reality is sobering, as your lightning talk really showed us. So how do we deal with the fact that when data has been taken away from us without consent, compensation, or credit, and some people are fashionably calling it training data, after having appropriated it, what do you do about it? Because it's really like the horse has bolted. So the conditions on what would a regenerative AI stack really look like, and in the European context, I think some things that I have read seem to make sense. So the questions I have are, what can the CHIPS Act do for the MSME ecosystem? Well, of course, the creation of national cloud infrastructure is important, but it's not just about prioritizing domestic cloud providers for public compute needs. Does Europe have a plan for inference AI models, enterprise-level solutions, task-specific AI? These are questions that we are asking even in India. Well, if you think that the LLM moment has gone by, then in the medium term, well, you could build your own LLM. But what about starting with industry-specific application layer inference models? And, beyond, the call to open AI, open weights, and all of that, the value capture through which is very well understood. How do you really look at EU's open source strategy, including at the physical layer, not just the software layer? And interestingly, I think we have somehow forgotten the solidarity economics that has also powered many experiments like the municipalism movement in the EU. Lula's government has started a very interesting project of financing the largest cooperative in Brazil to start a publicly financed public community model for taxi and ride-hailing. So it's a public financing model with a cooperative. So I think these are creative solutions, and they're not alien to Europe at all. We've always lived in a world where interdependency and solidarity has mattered, but the question has become acutely important today. And I think here is where Europe can, pave the path with moral conviction for certain needs. And I think the interdependence is not only in this kind of strange chemistry between Trump and Xi Jinping, but it's also that the Dutch government had a few issues with the Chinese government till they realized that they can't quite ban things, because there is an economy of interdependence. In some places, you have the stuff that comes from the mines into the chips, and from other places, you're actually having the technology infrastructure. So there has to be a certain new way of governing the world, and eventually, hopefully, there may be, 10 years down the line, the possibility of a data and AI constitutionalism in the world, because I think without that, you're not going to be able to live with an anachronism that hangs over our heads despite all the human rights language. And so I would really like to think of the CERN experiment as a very, very important European contribution, and therefore a distributed CERN for AI, which is pooling compute and allowing scientists and public science from around the world would be really important. And I think a translocal open source cities movement is an idea whose time has come. So can we invite Global South cities to become partners? And in all of this is the most obvious question: how should we forge a transnational digital justice movement working alongside other movements? The right to food movement. I just spoke to the special rapporteur on the right to food yesterday, and she was pointing out how food is being weaponized in the genocide in Gaza. And it's no accident that it's happening because of the context of the digital. And so I do think that we really have to forge these bridges with climate justice movements, resisting corporate power, tax justice movements for a new form of international taxation, and certainly IP reform struggles. Thank you.
Well, I hear they're discussing the next Secretary General of the United Nations, and that sounds like a very interesting agenda for that. And also, it reminds me as well that at the beginning of July, we'll have the first global dialogue on AI. And I share your ambition about how important that constitutional approach will be. And at the same time, I'm not sure if our geopolitics will allow that in this current moment. But you're right. I think we need to look at the strength of movements around the world to see how we could take that. Thomas or Krienne, would either of you like to come in on any of the points that have been raised? Any final thoughts before we go to the audience?
Yep. So two things very quick that don't have any direct link with what you just said. I 100% agree with everything you just told us. First off, for those of you who assisted to the presentation, there were a few things that were off in the PowerPoint. I'm sorry about that, but I will make the PDF available, the corrected version, if you'd like to see it. Also because it comes with a few points about what to refuse with the upcoming digital omnibus, and maybe a few pointers in terms of what we should strive towards. Specifically, algorithmic justice, I think, is an important point. So deleting unlawfully collected data and deleting and retraining the systems that have been trained based on this unlawfully collected data. I just wanted to mention, Anita has been giving us a lot of interesting some food for thought in terms of what the direction should be, where a desirable future. Right now I'm focused on pulling the brakes as hard as possible because we're really the dynamic is really bad right now. And I just wanted to insist on this element, which is that there is some sort of schizophrenia when it comes to the EU institutions. And I wanted to mention two headlines. One of them that comes from Politico on February 16th, 2026, in which they said AI features on EU devices sent data to cloud, prompting the Parliament's IT support to switch them off. So the Microsoft systems that are used in the Parliament were considered a data breach, a security breach, and so they shut it off. And at the same time, they are discussing weakening the GDPR and the AI Act. There's something wrong. And the other one, which is even more recent, comes from June 15th, 2026. Euractiv publishes this article that is titled, EU turns to US-powered AI to rank job candidates, Anthropic's LLMs, in order to collect and assess the resumes of all the people who are going to end up working in the European Commission, European Parliament, European institutions. How is this not a security breach? How is this not higher on the agenda? You're giving up the weapons, you're giving up the information that is going to be used against you by an antagonistic government.
Indeed, I think, there's also a little bit of history repeating itself, that when you work with human rights defenders, journalists, or anybody who's now even public officials are coming under fire for standing up in regulation, that these issues become all the more pertinent. Krienne, did you have any last point to add before we open the floor?
Yeah, okay. Just a last point. I mean, I think giving control is really key to raising the standard of trust online, which is, I think, even more important now with AI, becoming widely available. And that's what we do with our AI that is optional, but I think that's what regulation should do by enabling privacy alternatives to work, I would say even say incentivizing, like making their appeal stronger, and that then of course connects to the competition dimension that I also mentioned earlier, because I think there are many ways in which alternatives can be made, hard to work with, essentially.
Thank you. I think this panel has raised the bar quite high. We have thoughts on new constitutionalization for AI. We're starting a new movement. We have an agenda for the new Secretary General. Are there any questions from the floor for our panelists? Long day. Oh, I see a hand up at the back. Yeah. Do we have a roving mic, or we bring one down? Oh, there's one coming from the back, I think, as well. Okay.
Thanks so much. It's Ada Dominguez from EDRi, Europe and Digital Rights. Something that I think you mentioned already, but I think it's important to focus on is this idea of what is the agenda of simplification, deregulation going to mean for people, right? Because we hear that there's a promise of competitiveness, but competitiveness normally is associated with good news for people, right? Either job creation, GDP growth, more well-being, whereas when it comes to this idea of competitiveness, it's not clear, right? Because it's more AI, it's feeding this AI FOMO, and that means not really good news, as you say, for the environment. And last week, we already saw a headline of an AI CEO saying, Europe is going to have to decide between data centers or their green agenda. And on the other hand, also, what does that mean for workers' rights when it comes to the weakening of their rights when it comes to data protection AI, but also when it comes to the automation of work, right? We've been told for many years, and this is already happening in the US and in Europe, this is going to mean less work for less people in the European Union. So do you see anything that means good news for people, for actual people in the European Union when it comes to the deregulation agenda? Or, and all of this without any kind of evidence, which is even more worrying, right? But besides the eventual promise of economic growth, and this is still not clear when it comes to all European companies, maybe just some of them, because as you mentioned, some of them want to compete with Google or others. Maybe these are not the ones we want to favor. So do you see something really good happening for EU people, and even people beyond the European Union, if I may?
Anybody like to take that?
I don't mind. It's okay. Yeah. I think this is a question that gets asked in many forums because I think we're all at the bottom of the bottom, and therefore hope becomes a radical act. And that's how it should be. And I think that one of the more important things is that there are things happening in a very seemingly fragmented way that we should really build up on. The first is that the average American activist is now seized of the problem. So from Texas to Arizona to very many places, people are standing up and saying, hey, wait a minute, what about our water sources? I think that's good news. The second is that although they are civil suits, the fact that $6 million have been awarded to individuals as compensation, penalty for actions of the big guys, Meta and others, is a signal that public law has to catch up. Because these are not crimes against individuals, they are crimes against humanity. And so at some level, I do think that there is a leap of imagination that is needed. And just the other day, a British parliamentarian was sued by Palantir. And I was just thinking, for doing his job, to caution people about, the takeover of societal data. So I do think that there is a certain, pattern in the chaos that we do really need to pick up, and mobilizing through these movements has become extremely important.
Anyone else? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just a word is from the business perspective, maybe on this. So I think the short answer is not really. I would say there are opportunities to make sure that certain rules don't end up strengthening the established monopolies or dominant firms just because they are too complicated for like the smaller competitors to comply with. And so I would give 2 examples. The P2B regulation, platform to business regulation, is part of the omnibus, one of the things that is supposed to be repealed. So I'm not sure it has to be entirely repealed, but for instance, the problem here is like of enforcement. It is managed by national authorities. And so we as a business, as a simple fact, we had to deal with a lot of different requests from different regulators for an EU regulation and have to, repeat things and basically spend quite a lot of resources dealing with things that in the end were actually fine on our end when it comes to ranking transparency. Another example is on copyright, the negotiations with publishers. So that's not actually part of the deregulation or simplification exercise. Also something that is really well intended. I think the idea is that publishers get fair compensation, and we really don't dispute the principle. But it was made with Google in mind, with Bing in mind, and without any sort of harmonization being made on key terms, such as what is a very short extract and what is fair remuneration and things like this, meaning that we have to do dozens or even hundreds potentially of negotiations, work streams with as many publisher groups, and that's simply unsustainable.
Thank you. Any last questions from the floor? Okay. Well, thank you all so much. That was a fascinating panel. Really please thank you, everyone. Put your hands together one last time for a fabulous panel.
Thanks very much, Verna and panelists. Now we're going to have a coffee break until 4:15, when we'll start the next panel, which is going to be focused on how to build a just and flourishing digital Europe. So not just looking at what we don't want, but what we do want here in Europe. We'll see you back here then. Sorry, and while you're on the coffee break, there are going to be some companies showcasing their innovative technologies while you're talking to each other. Those 3 companies are Morena, which is a European technology company developing open source software products that help everyday individuals use technology in a manner that champions digital freedom. Proton, which is a Swiss-based company founded in 2014, creating an ecosystem of open source end-to-end encrypted services, and Turnusol, which is a which researches and builds safe by design recommendation algorithms based on social connections and democratic norms. So you can check those out while you're having the coffee break here. You can see some of the signs there in the back. See you back here shortly. Okay, if you could all take your seats, we will get started momentarily. You could make your way back to your seats. We will be starting with panel 2 in just a moment.
Hello, Carolina. Hi, Carolina. Hi. Oh, okay. Even though yours looks very colorful.
We have all colors. Those are used, aren't they? You could check with Guillermo. Oh, I never. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I did want to mention a housekeeping note. If you need anything from EDRi, if you need assistance with anything, you can find Guillermo. He's floating around in the back, I think. I don't see him right in the moment, but you can find him in the back if you need any assistance with anything. Okay, we're now going to move on to panel 2, which is Blueprint for Better, How to Build a Just and Flourishing Digital Europe. So we've heard about some of the problems, some of the efforts to undo a lot of European regulation. What does an ideal regulatory mix look like? How do we make a digital Europe with a framework that is for Europe, not for foreign powers, not for companies, for us, not for them? That's what we're going to hear in this panel. What a people-centered digital future for the EU would look like, how to ensure that simplification doesn't mean deregulation, as Brando was saying. Okay, simplification itself wouldn't be such a bad thing if there are things not working, but I think we all suspect that it's going beyond that into deregulation. What does it look like to redress the current imbalances of power in digital markets? And this is all going to be catalyzed by the launch of 12 calls for action for a flourishing and just digital Europe, centering on pragmatic recommendations in that report for a strong digital Europe. So I'll turn it over now to Claire Atkin, who is founder and CEO of Check My Ads. Claire?
Hello. It's so good to see everybody. Thank you for having us today. Welcome to the second to last panel of the day. My name is Claire Atkin, and I will be your moderator. In addition to being your moderator, I run Check My Ads, the digital advertising watchdog. And in my role in Check My Ads, I have become sort of preoccupied, maybe even obsessed, with the question of what would the future look like if we did a good job. So this panel is really about that. What would Europe look like if we did a good job? Some people call this protopia, which I really like. It's not utopia. We're not relying on magic. What if, what if it was just good and realistic? To that end, I'm just so enthralled with this lovely poster that the organizers have put together. There are posters, and I think you should take them on the way out, because they're just so clear. You know, we've got 12 asks, a blueprint for the future of Europe. And I don't know, you could put them up in your office or your living room or your bedroom, however you feel it should be best located. These kinds of gatherings, when you're talking about a protopian, that is a realistic future vision, are just so, so critical. And to that end, I really wanted to give a big thank you to Frederica at Ada Lovelace, and Ella at EDRi, Anouk at SDBN, Clara at Better Information Project, Laura at CDT, and Lex at Check My Ads for putting this together. Thank you very much. So for this panel, I have prepared 2 questions for each of the panelists, but anything could happen. We don't have to be rigid. This can be a conversation. We're going to keep it relatively protopian, although realistic. And I would like to start with Carolina. So, Carolina Mozesevich, you are a commission official. Thank you for being with us today in your busy schedule. You're also acting HOU for the GDPR in DigiJust. Today, we're talking about big questions. we have designed this event to be about a just Europe, a flourishing Europe. We want trust more than anything. Trust that when we're using digital tools, they behave as they claim they will behave. We want citizens to be benefited by these tools. We also want to trust that providers will be held accountable when they do harm. We want a digital Europe that works for the people living in it. To that end, I wanted to ask you, for you, a big sky question. What does a good job look like for 5 or 10 years down the road?
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. Well, precisely as you just said, Claire, it's just, secure space where innovation thrives, not on the cost of citizens or their rights, and where this new services can be offered, and therefore a good job from the point of view of the Commission, who has this legislative prerogative and drives the policy concerning also personal data. It's space where with balanced rights and obligations, clear rules to which everybody is, to rules who are effectively applied to those who should abide by those rules. And yeah, I think I would stop there because I'm actually working around of what you put in the question with this just and secure space where innovation is thriving and generating growth we all depend on.
Thank you very much. It's really wonderful to have you here. Elena Malikova, you're on the intelligence team and foreign subsidies at the Directorate General for Competition. And you are a veteran enforcer. You've been with Digicom for 20 years. I think the room's favorite win of yours is that you got $14 billion out of Apple in the tax case. Thank you for that. And I wanted to ask you, alongside your work at the European Commission, you are an academic researcher, and your particular research that interests me the most is on dark horses. These dark horses of surveillance capitalism are companies like NVIDIA and LiveRamp and Salesforce and Palantir. These are companies that expand the infrastructure of data monetization far beyond sort of ad tech like Google and Meta. And they bypassed GDPR's anonymization protections, even while remaining essentially legal in Europe. This sounds bad. In your view, what would a healthy data economy look like? And what regulation is needed to get there?
Thank you, Clara. Thank you for inviting me. I think I'm on the wrong panel about the positive. So I think, I heard you discuss the fact that we need to protect. I think, Ella, you said we need to make sure our data is protected. But I was really surprised when I started doing this research about the use of data for business purposes, so really more from a business perspective and financial value derived from data, that I don't see in practice that businesses would be constrained by some of the legislation. And specifically, all these workarounds, data protection, such as the re-identification industry, so often called also the data resolution industry. So I think that there is this, then I discussed with some people who have been in the space of data protection for a while, and I said, but this is quite
strange that you are talking about all these personal data protection and that everybody just circumvents it. It seems so. And they said, no, but we know that. And then at the same time at this conference, I hear you say, public officials should be aware of this, but I think we all know that basically our data is not protected, that somebody said our most sensitive, intimate data is not protected, I think. So, I mean, in practice, everybody seems to have access to it, or it is possible to access it for companies through all these data identity resolution techniques, which seem to be operating in, at least they seem to be operating in legality. And indeed, so I repertory in my research some of these actors that are enabling a form of infrastructure, and this infrastructure then allows on top of it many different use cases, including surveillance, including military, right? Because it is there and it's across purposes. It is the ability to pull data, to basically re-identify, to unstructured data, So to re-identify unstructured data, and once it's there, I mean, why would you not use it? I mean, as a business, why would you not do it? So I appreciate that. And so one of the companies that I discussed in detail is indeed LiveRamp, which is a company that previously operated as Axios, and it was considered illegal under the US law, and then just changed name and became LiveRamp for an previous acquisition, and then basically currently is being discussed for acquisition by Publicis, a French company that already owns another data resolution actor, Epsilon. So I'm like, not only it's happening in the US, but it's also happening here. So this impression that we have effective protection, I mean, I'm not giving you a solution. That's why I think I'm on the wrong panel, but like maybe we should just reset the record, like where we stand.
Did you say that Axios was deemed to be illegal, and their response was to change their name?
So they had been they had acquired a subsidiary, and they took the name of the subsidiary once I think it was the FTC that basically did an investigation in their practices. What is interesting is that the FTC also does investigation in practices of some of these companies because the public agencies are using them. So this is also I think one of the things I discuss in my work is the way that the state, especially, I mean, we know about the US, I mean, it's also the case in Europe, but the state is a customer of these regimes, right? I mean, for public security, for defense, they are super interested in having this infrastructure there so that they can use it. So some of the investigations are there because the state as a customer falls under scrutiny. And that was, I think, ICE, we know, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, but also all kind of other internal agencies.
Yeah, ever since 9/11, it's just ramped up every year, it feels like.
And COVID. And COVID accelerated a lot the ability to use data for public purposes, and therefore the door having been opened, it never closed back.
Well, that's not very protopian.
I told you.
Professor Alison Harcourt, thank you for joining us today. You are currently on sabbatical at CNRS Paris this year at the Centre Internet et Société. It's 41 degrees in Paris, so I hope you're happy to be here in the cooler temperatures. You have a forthcoming article. It's entitled "The Digital Omnibus and the Acceleration of the EU Digital Agenda." It's in a journal with a very long title.
It's okay, don't.
I want to say it. It's a special issue of the European Journal of Risk Regulation, Omnibus Legislation, and European Regulatory Reform between Efficiency and Constitutional Integrity. And you have a book that you are currently completing for the Oxford University Press. It's called Digital Sovereignty in Europe. So I just think that you're perfect for this panel today. Would you please, you've spent your career sort of studying the balance between digital policy and regulatory capacity. Would you comment on the ongoing simplification process of regulation in Europe, please?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for inviting me. For me, as you mentioned, I've been looking at this area for a very long time, and the digital omnibus as a package reads as almost, I've counted them, 26 different new regulatory proposals. And also for me, it greatly expands the remit and consolidates a lot of existing regulation of the European Commission. Yeah, so a lot of these initiatives as well, which seem new, like the single entry point, the European business wallet, the European digital identities, are not exactly new. So they build upon existing legislation, but they kind of go beyond that. Yeah, so for me, it's new. It's not just deregulation or simplification, and the speed at which it is taking place is remarkable if you look at the agreement on the AI Simplification Act. So I think that the omnibus really centralizes power with the European Commission itself, having only one single reporting point rather than multiple ones. Yeah, in some ways it removes scrutiny, yeah, because there's less transparency for stakeholders and digital rights groups. It also removes scrutiny by national regulatory authorities. We see the role of national regulatory authorities being reduced, yeah. It also, interestingly for me, because the previous agenda was all about moving to standards organizations. It was a great surprise to many people, lawyers, academic lawyers in particular, that the implementation of the AI Act was taking place through technical standards organizations, ESOs, European standards organizations. But what the omnibus does is move away from that. So you had technical standard bodies implementing public interest regulation, but now there's going to be a move more to private standards organizations. And this is already happening because if you look at even ESO standards adoption in the AI area, a lot of it is in conjunction with ISO. So they're taking international standards and jointly cooperating, yeah, and creating European standards already. So there's lots of private market solutions coming into this. So where do we look? You know, how do we influence these kinds of processes? The European Commission is kind of unique internationally in that it does incorporate stakeholder governance, yeah, in a way that other governments do not globally. So if we outsource to the private market, there are no kinds of guarantees for stakeholders that they can actually input to technical standard bodies, for example. So maybe we need to look at how to remedy that.
Before I move on to Max, do you have thoughts?
Sorry?
Me? Yes.
Well, I'm not sure I understood, because on one hand, you said that we centralize, that it's a bottom line power grab by the Commission. But then you take an issue that we delegate too much to private operators in standards. I'm not sure I understand the, and the point. The second thing, I also didn't understand why by providing that one notification will go to several regulators diminishes the powers of those regulators. This is also something that I was not sure to understand.
Okay, so I was looking at the single entry point, and a lot of the criticism coming from the member states is that it does actually take away scrutiny by national regulatory authorities. Because if you look, for example, at cyber attacks, yeah, before you'd have to go to CERTs, you'd have to go to different DPAs across Europe, so you'd have to report a cyber attack at multiple bodies at the national level. Now, if you're just reporting it to the single entry point, that is centralization, yeah, with the European Commission, for example.
But the point is that through a single entry point, it lands with all those authorities. So it's just an entry point. Yeah. And then with one notification, all those regulators are served. So I do not see still where there is a reduction in the competences on the side of the regulators when they just through one entry point, but all of them receive the notification.
Okay, do you want me to?
Would
keep
you
going?
Absolutely, why not?
Okay, and I also,
This is important.
with the standards adoption, I mean, I looked at this in detail. The European Business Wallet, the Digital Single Gateway, the Digital Product Passport, the PST, which is going to be number 3 now, plus the Cyber Act. So there's lots and lots of detail here where the European Commission is saying that they will consider private standards rather than going through the ESSOs or rather than giving mandates to ESSOs. As for the single entry point, I think it gives the European Commission a great deal of scrutiny, particularly on setting risk regulations, categories, and also deciding, on scrutiny by by NRAs, national regulatory authorities. But it also gives a lot of oversight for the European Commission of implementation of all these different pieces of legislation and kind of a little bit more control over what NRAs are doing.
Max. Thank you very much. This is a very important topic, and I would like to continue it. There will be another round of questions where we will continue. Max, you started as a startup founder, and you are a software engineer. Now you work on tech policy, and you're looking at it seemingly from a focus of economies and sustainability. That's right. I really love your motto. It says that you want to ensure our digital future actually delivers on its promises. Yeah. That is protopian. And you run an independent think tank for an alternative digital economy. Yes. That's right. Okay, so my question to you is, the current simplification efforts are framed around helping Europe compete with American big tech. Mm-hmm. What kind of measures or regulation would actually create a level playing field for European companies?
Yeah, I feel really misplaced on this panel also.
You belong.
You're all hard policy nerds. I'm not. So I'm more the meta, the techie. And I already dropped my notes. It's good news. Sorry. Try also to be adding a lot of humor. So with this question, I like to really read a question and take it apart a bit. So the first word that's in there is compete, right? In me, that I read all the policy documents and the strategies, and I hear innovation, innovation, innovation. But for me, the first question is compete on what? On what merit, right? And if you look at the US or other countries, the vectors that we have defined to compete in the digital economy are scale, speed, and that's pretty much it. Yeah? I would propose, in my mind, what Europe could really be good at is to compete on quality, right? Why? Because I'm also an idealist. I apologize in advance. In my mind, one of the reasons why I live in Europe is because we optimize for quality of life, and we also optimize for democracy. And for example, that's really at odds with competing on speed. And I think if I hear the conversations here, it's like all about acceleration and going faster, and that worries me because that doesn't open the vector to compete on quality, but rather to try to compete on speed or on scale. Both of things that I don't see that working, right? Like, I'm also a data center guy, so Meta is building data center scale of New York State. I don't really see citizens in Europe being so excited about scale of that infrastructure. So I do think we can compete on quality, positive, protopian note, because we have a strong industrial design base, we have amazing engineers, and what I think is really important, we have a very strong civil society that stress tests the services that we build to meet our values. The second part of your question is whose benefit? So to compete, who are we competing for and for what? And to me, the answer is obviously society, not businesses or capitalists. To me, it's always, we have to do this to the benefit of society. Just being competitive in a global digital economy doesn't give us nothing. Just being competitive, to me, makes no sense. There has to be a tangible benefit. And I always make the same joke. I am a software engineer by training. I worked in tech for more than 15 years, and I still do accounting by hand today. So somehow it didn't really deliver. Now we got AI, and I'm still like, well, still doing accounting. And to me, like, a tangible benefit would be to free me from some menial work that really is like hindering me from spending more time with all of you, for example. That's, to me, a tangible benefit to me personally. And I think yeah, I think we really need to be clear on what that benefit is supposed to be before we enter the digital economy and compete like nuts. And there's also a price that we will have to pay. And I think you all today and this whole group of NGOs really always articulates a certain price that is unacceptable, that is data surveillance and monetization of data. I agree. Are there other prices we are unwilling to pay? And I think we also need to be very clear on that. Now to actually answer the question. Very simple put. Level playing field, very complicated question. I have a very simple answer. My deepest expertise is in the infrastructure side. So you say data centers, I say digital infrastructure. And the profit of that infrastructure is what enables the speed of service delivery and production. So we have so many digital services and tools and all the stuff on your phone because there's so much money to produce them. And that is partly because it's often tied together. And to me, to level the playing field, step one is to untie services from infrastructure. That's number one. Otherwise, we cannot compete. I can tell you already, on no dimension can we compete. If you don't fix that tying, and to me, again, not a policy expert, very simple to me, we have a European single market. If you want to sell a digital service in the European single market, it cannot be tied to infrastructure. And as a customer, I want to choose where the service runs. And that also applies to Europeans. I see Proton. I want to choose where Proton runs. I want to use Proton as a product, but I also want to have a choice. Maybe I want it to run in Germany. Maybe I want it to run on a more sustainable infrastructure. I want to have that choice. So to me, it starts with that untying. And that's, to me, the idea of leveling the playing field so that we can actually compete on something, either the infrastructure or the services. But as long as it's bundled, there's no way.
Yeah. Please, yes. Because you said it's going to be all spontaneous, so let me jump in. Also, just to clarify, I think I'm a policymaker in my day job, and I'm here in my personal capacity, and I think this file specifically is very challenging, so I don't necessarily envy colleagues who have to deal with it, because from the distance of researching the business models, I can appreciate the complexity. I just wanted to say on the idea of what Europe has to offer. So just to contribute, I was 2 weeks ago at this conference in Berlin, Super Return, which maybe some of you know because it's hated. It's the biggest conference of private equity in the world with 50 trillion assets under management cumulatively. And so basically there we discussed, it was very visible that there is a real business case for investment in digital infrastructure in Europe. And it's not because there is a regulatory push per se to invest in it, but it's because there is a form of flight to quality, I think, right now, by certain investors. So, like, really Canadian pension funds are interested in investing in private data centers in Europe because they don't appreciate we are basically getting, in terms of investments in technology, but also generally speaking, Trump dividend. And so, in a way, I think this is at least what is visible to me when I speak with private investors right now, that because of the Cloud Act in the US, people are not feeling comfortable in having their data in the US and on clouds that are owned by companies that can be basically, that are domiciled in the US. So there is already a lot happening, irrespective of the efforts, the regulatory efforts that are taking place now, and that is more like a reward for all the work that the Commission has been doing, I think, in the past, specifically with the high standards of data protection, which possibly with a delay, but now that there is a geopolitical uncertainty, seems to be paying off, or at least that's what I hear when I put my ear to the ground of what the private investors are saying. And for me, they are the most difficult. Like, they have no values, right? I mean, no judgment, but they think there is money to be made here.
Can I add just a tiny caveat there? I think that's nice. Also, I'm from Berlin, so I know Super Return very well. This leads to the best parties in Berlin when you can get in. Illegally through the back door. The pouring money into infrastructure, though, creates the issue of consumption. So you build all these, let's say, data centers in Europe, and then the question is, so now what do we do with them? And that triggers this push towards governments, especially to say, like, you have to digitalize faster. Everybody in Europe has to use AI because somebody is trying to earn the money back they put into the infrastructure. And I don't think that right now we need more. I think we need to rather figure out how can we have European competition in the digital services space. And also compete potentially on using less resources to produce the same services, because the most famous service of all right now is AI, and that's the most inefficient way to use compute. And it's a vector where we could compete to deliver better efficiency models that use less resources. But if we pour so much money in infrastructure, there is an incentive to not do that.
You are agreed with. Thank you for explaining. Carolina, I live in America. I'm a Canadian who lives in America, and words don't mean things in America. So simplification is a word that sounds to me sometimes like freedom or fairness, which have been weaponized in the United States. So when I first heard the word simplification, I thought, well, that could mean anything. You know, anybody could use the word simplification and then do what they wanted with it. So I wanted to ask you for clarification on that word, if it's a word that you use. How do we achieve the next steps of regulation in a way that delivers a long-term vision for the future of European civil life within this sort of simplification framework, if you will?
Well, as we understand simplification, it's rules which are easily understood. So this has nothing to do with deregulation. Deregulation is leaving more spaces deregulated, which from our point of view do not provide for legal certainty, which we want to achieve with simplification. Simplification is good for customers, for citizens. They understand clearly which rights they have and on what they can rely, what they can expect while using certain services or goods. It's good for businesses because they clearly can understand what is legal, what is illegal, and how they should shape their business and their offers for us so as to provide them in a law-compliant way. It's good for the regulators because it cuts down on lengthy discussions with, in particular, those best equipped and the richest in order to exploit ambiguity of certain rules, which this long litigation costs, let's be clear, some, and not the small ones, can bear, and they will exploit that. Yeah? So this is what is for us simplification and what we want to achieve with it. And this is the reason we want to have simple, clear notification also norms, simpler, clear, going back to the comments and exchange we had before, templates which will serve different national regulatory authorities, including data protection authorities, because it also facilitates the cooperation between these different enforcers. It facilitates sharing of the evidence between the different enforcers because they get the same documentation and notification in the first place. Otherwise, when we keep it so spread and diversified, there is always a discussion, well, I have received it within my capacity, can I share it with you, and so on. So this cuts down already on that, and we are all aware of the fact of how many regulators we already have in the digital area. And this is also good for the businesses because while they are working in a situation of data breach, when they need very clearly, very quickly notify the authority, and they have also the cybersecurity obligation under the NIS 2, that they can, that we facilitate for them the compliance with the rules. So this is what, from our point of view, the simplification is about.
Thank you very much. Sounds like simplification.
Thank you.
Elena, as an economist and competition enforcement veteran with over 2 decades at Digicomp.
Just about 2 decades, not yet completely.
Not yet.
2 decades. Not
really,
over,
it's been 2 years.
To be technically correct. I have 1 or 2 years to go to 2 decades.
Thank you for your sacrifice. I have a simple question for you. Do we have to sacrifice our rights for economic growth?
I mean, again, in personal capacity, I think I hear a lot about this competitiveness agenda, and you seem to use it interchangeably with competition. I think the competitiveness is not the same as competition. So competitiveness is some form of support as well. I don't know. I'm, again, not the expert in competitiveness. And it's one of these words that can mean a lot of things and to be defined, and probably it would be reasonable to define it more clearly. If it's not defined clearly, I don't know. But certainly in where I am for the past 20, or almost close to 20 years, for sure we have been hearing that that regulation stifles competition, and that that it's innovation that suffers. I mean, it is a very standard corporate narrative. I become very, like that's why I felt like I'm not in the right panel, because you become very cynical, but it doesn't mean you give up. Like, you're just like, yeah, I heard it before. And I don't think that, I mean, in my experience, of course not. Indeed, I feel like innovation is a bit like water. You just, you put a barrier to, you direct it in a different way. I think in DigiComp we have this privilege probably not to kind of say, yes, the rights are protected by our other legislation, we don't have to look into it. And I think that was the case also in a lot of our decisions, to say the EU framework protects these rights as is, and therefore we can focus on the interactions of competitors and take this more stylized approach to competition between companies. So I don't think there is any choice to be made. I think that I mean, you just have to, I mean, really talking irrespective of the framework that we are in right now, companies, they will say these things all the time. You just have to call their bluff, and it never happens. Like the last example was about Apple, that said that they didn't roll out the latest feature in Europe because of some regulation, and it turns out to be completely, I mean, I'm so not surprised, obviously. They do this all the time, they say this all the time. It's just like companies, you cannot take them at face value. That's why what I love is taking their figures and analyzing really their real incentives, looking at what they say to investors, looking what they deliver to the financial markets, and who are their investors. And that's what also worries me a little bit when I see some of our companies speaking, because now their investor base is more internationalized, right? So some of our companies will not be having the European interest as the regulator should have it in mind. They're not proxies directly for the benefit of the European public good. And I think that's something that if I can say, perceive has shifted maybe. Maybe I was more naive in the beginning of my career, possible. But certainly I see now that European companies are speaking an interest that is very complex and that sometimes reflects not the interest of, let's say, Europe, certainly not European workers, or European innovation and so forth. So it is for the public authorities, if that's the mandate they are given, and that depends a little bit on the political realities, to ensure the public good, not for companies by proxy.
It sounds like the game that we're playing, it's a very serious game, of course, but the game that we're playing is, what regulation can be the most defensible against companies that are incredibly powerful and acting in bad faith. And therefore, is simplification the most defensible thing against these companies that have, hundreds of millions of dollars of legal resources?
Yeah. Well, a fortiori, I would say, do you really want to have a legislation where you need to litigate over ages about the meaning of one or the other definition of one or the other word? Or do you want to have something that is clear and the enforcer can act quickly upon it? Let's be clear. So, and coming back to what was everything is a cost in an economic world. The regulation and the lack thereof. Let's think about, I don't know, the use of dangerous materials, I don't know, regulation of labor. There is a cost of regulating it, and there is a cost of not regulating it, the cost for the society, the cost for the environment, and so on in these different examples which I used. So the whole point is, how to, and this is what the legislator pursuing public interest objective needs to do. It's how to provide for good, balanced regulation that will provide for a clear framework of which kind of development and which kind, bottom line, of society we want to build, mirroring also the values for which we already decided, but also allowing these companies in a framed way, in the light of the choices we have made in the, I don't know, the Charter of Fundamental Rights, how to use this energy of profit maximization, because the companies are there they are profit maximizing entities, and they are there to make profits. And it's for the legislators to channel this energy, which is not bad as such, in a way which will serve the society we want to build. So, I mean, I think it's a little bit, and there are a variety of choices to be made. And now, for example, with also the legislation which we are introducing, it's how to fuel development of services, because we have unbundled, let me call it, data. Now we provide it for portability, and one can bring the data everywhere. The problem is, to which companies bring this data? Do we have enough infrastructure in Europe? Do we have enough companies that will be able to provide us the services of the quality we want to have? And this is which we try to address, mainly Digital Markets Act, yeah? And so on. So I went a little bit off track, but for us, as we see, the message is not to have no regulation or to have too much regulation. The point is, it's how to have the regulation we need, the regulation which will serve us, and channel this energy stemming from companies in the way which we desire, and also creating growth.
Thank you. Alison, I see you nodding. We're looking for governance structures, we're searching for governance structures that are robust and resilient and critically hard to capture. We want structures that are responsive to citizens and grounded in evidence and open to meaningful participation from all stakeholders. So, what do we do? Can you speak to why this matters in a democratic society and what it's going to take to make it work?
Okay, so governance is stronger when it's difficult for one single actor to dominate decision-making, whether this be large tech groups, which we've been so worried about within Europe, or whether it be governments, or even, one central decision-maker. So democratic legitimacy also requires institutions to be transparent and very open to participation. And as I said, the European Commission does have a strength in this area. But under the Digital Omnibus, there is a lot of discussion by the European Commission for implementation. And as digital rights activists and groups, I would look at the implementing acts, because it has widened the number of implementing acts under the omnibus itself. There's a plethora of them. We also need more clarity on exemptions. And this morning you were talking, or earlier in the afternoon, you were talking a lot about exemptions for research purposes, on personal definitions of data, these sorts of things. But I would look at other kinds of exemptions. Corinne mentioned exemptions under CADA, for example, to the kinds of definitions which will be needed for cloud service providers, which have been reduced, for example. Also, exemptions for SMEs have been expanded to small cap enterprises, for example. So there's also introductions for new exemptions to new codes of conduct, which will be produced in the future. So the devil really is in the detail. So I would take a look at this and see where you can participate. And again, the Commission does encourage participation. And they do encourage participation on standard setting as well. I mean, you were referring to something really specific when you were talking about consolidating definitions, under the SEP, for example. So there is room for participation here. Okay.
That doesn't sound like things are being simplified.
I never said, because like I said, it was interesting to hear about deregulation earlier in the day, because for me, this isn't deregulation, because there's a lot of consolidation of existing regulation and simplification of existing regulation, but also new things that are coming in. And not only the single entry point in the European Business Wallet, the 28th regime, I mean, that's not part of the omnibus package, but there are parts of the omnibus package which enable that. There's a lot coming in under the tech sovereignty package as well. And I think that the Commission has been quite clever here in pulling all these kinds of different strands of legislation together. So it really, I mean, there is some removal and exemptions and kind of consolidation of definitions, particularly in standard setting. But I don't know, there's deregulation in some areas, but there's re-regulation in others.
I guess I have a question about a potential elephant in the room with this, which is that if there are new things in the omnibus bill, and of course everyone is working so hard to sort of braid everything together in a way that is the smartest way to move forward, you know. Is the omnibus bill itself, is the simplification process itself at risk of being captured? And if so, you know, are the interests of, for instance, current big tech or future European powerful tech that acts in a dominant way, is the omnibus bill at risk of being influenced like this?
Okay, that might be a question for somewhere else. So what we need to kind of pick apart is, what is the digital omnibus? So originally it was the Digital Omnibus Regulation, the DOR, the AI Simplification Act, and the European Business Wallet. So these three pieces of legislation, And that's separate than the tech sovereignty package and the CADA and also the 28th regime, which was just proposed. So again, we have to kind of pick apart what actually is the digital omnibus. I think parts of the digital omnibus is trying to address capture, which has already been taken place. And I mentioned standard setting, okay? Standard setting under the AI Simplification Act. The deadlines have been postponed because they weren't being met by the European standards organizations. So in a way, the postponement of the implementation of the Act is a way of rescuing it, is making sure it doesn't fail, and also giving the standards organizations enough time to actually produce these standards to implement all of these kinds of public interest objectives that the European Commission has. Like I said, looking at the standards that have been adopted so far, they have been EU ISO standards, and a lot of them do draw on NIST and other kinds of standards. I mean, I've been also tracking the uploading of standards to ISO. For example, have a look at the C2PA, for example, content credentials, and where that's coming from, because Google has a big involvement in that. So is there an attempt by companies to capture the agenda? Yes, and of course, companies are very, very clever at adapting to EU regulation quickly, the big companies, because they have the capacity, they have the funding to do so, and they also have, different kinds of fora out there which are influencing other fora, like the ASOs, for example. So I think that the omnibus is trying to fill the gaps in many respects.
Thank you. Would anyone like to comment on that before we move to Max?
Yeah, maybe just a quick one, more like a really meta view. I feel like the Commission with, like, I'm more on the sovereignty package, but like the omnibus and the sovereignty package are like responses to different forms of pressure. And to me, like the sovereignty package, a lot of elements to it read like we want European champions. So we want like to replace the US oligopoly of certain infrastructure providers, of certain service providers with, let's say, our champions. But in a way, if you look at both things in parallel, I think what you asked, what you implied with your question may hold true, that this one actually hinders the process of the other and vice versa. And I'm not sure if that interdependence and all these side effects of each package are really well understood in this room, anywhere. I think that it is so complicated. It's trying to address so many different parts in a massive economic system that I think some of the effects throughout that system are lost in understanding.
Thank you. This gets even more complicated when we start talking about infrastructure. You know, and I do a lot of speaking to people who don't really understand what this room understands. And what I try to say is, listen, the internet's like a lasagna of businesses. And if you think about it like that, then cloud infrastructure is one of those critical layers of the lasagna. And you argue that a successful path to an open cloud market would mirror Europe's energy market reforms as a model that drove down costs and open competition across the continent. If the cloud reform that you have proposed goes well, and if we have this conversation again in 10 years, we check back, I want to know what will have changed for the cloud infrastructure in Europe, and what does a European digital economy built on genuinely open infrastructure feel like, and who would benefit the most? I know there's a lot of questions, but in regards to this, protopian vision.
Yes, I really like the lasagna, though. I'm kind of stuck on the lasagna. Because this is important for you to know. So I've worked at a lot of layers of the lasagna. And it is like this, not because it's an economic necessity, but rather because the layer that's built on top always thinks they can do it better than the layer below. And this has been the story, like you have inside your computer, there are so many layers of basically people said, I can build an operating system. It would be much better at optimizing memory use than the firmware. And then somebody put something on top called virtualization, said, we can do this much better, much more efficiently. And they never talk to each other. They just like try to treat the layer below like a black box. It's a low side anecdote, but I think it's important. It's not an economic necessity that it's so layered. It's more people not being able to talk to each other, per se.
Lasagnas can get messy.
Yeah, they're very messy. And what about the tomato sauce? Good. Seriously, to your question, so taking what I said before, so let's say we want to compete somehow on the quality of digital services. That means we need to produce them. And when you want to produce digital services, the first thing you need is infrastructure also to run them, so you need resources. And what you need to do, step one, is to remove friction. Luckily, we have already saviors that have removed that friction. That's what you know as the cloud. That freed people like me when I was a developer from the need to purchase billions of hardware, to run it, to operate it, to deal with it in any shape or form. So it simplified, it reduced friction so that I could produce more digital services. And that comes, though, at a very premium price, right? Because I'm outsourcing everything. And in a perfect world, first, a lot of people are willing to pay that price. A lot of people move to the cloud because that level of convenience was desirable and it was okay to pay that price, and it's still the case. However, what you would expect in a competitive market is that over time there's competition, it goes down. The service gets better, something changes. But I can tell you from being a user of many of these services in the past, they actually got worse over time, they got more complex, price never went down, even though there's promises on their websites that prices will go down by 20% every year. Surprise, didn't happen. And also 20% per year eventually actually stagnates if you graph it. So somehow this competition didn't happen. And then when I see that, and I also worked for a while in the energy sector, I was like, this is a problem we've seen before. You have a big set of oligopolies, or a oligopoly of a set of companies that don't really compete anymore, and you don't really get maximum benefit neither for society nor for business out, because high cloud prices is bad for business that want to build digital services. At the same time, also society doesn't get cheaper digital services because the infrastructure is maybe cheaper. So when you see that and you look at the energy sector, and the irony is, guys, we're in the building of the European Energy Exchange. So this is fantastic, apex. So that, what we did, we actually recognized this problem, and you gave also the perfect timeline. It took us about 10 years, and we said, actually, this oligopoly of energy companies is not good for us. We want lower prices for consumers, we want renewable energies, we want people to put solar on their roof and be able to inject their energy into the system. And so we unbundled that market. We said, hey, energy production, you're over here. Energy retailer sales, you're over there. And in the middle, we have the distribution. The distribution is partly state-owned, so that's relatively neutral. And then on the production side and the consumption side, everybody has to buy and sell into a single exchange. So it's going from OTC market to an exchange-based market. And that has led to lower energy prices, better access to energy, which is good for European industry, because maybe you remember, European industrialization is based on electrification. So having access to European-wide electricity at low prices, very good. Yeah? And that playbook is exactly, to me at least, from the outside, the playbook we are facing again. We have a handful of infrastructure companies that are too big. I'm now not talking about all your social media search engines. I'm talking really about the cloud infrastructure part. And I think we can apply the same playbook, which is called market liberalization. And it will lead, and you gave me a really good template for this. So when there's competition between cloud companies, and you have a European exchange where all the computation can be traded, which leads to lower prices, having such an exchange is a factor of competitiveness.
I think the unbundling of the energy market was driven by corporate clients. So it's interesting because you're like, we did this, but it's actually because companies wanted cheaper energy that it went through. So it's true that maybe even like a little bit like if you channel the corporate interest properly, maybe you end up with something good. On the other, you forgot to mention that. But
no, but I think I would love if every business in Europe would really look at their cloud costs and come to the Commission and be like, guys, this is not working for us. I think that would be useful, but that's missing.
And I think that works for some levels of the stack where you have a commoditized type of product, like maybe compute or storage. But I think that the digital infrastructure is more complex, and I see a lot of calls, a lot of like research, people coming out with the idea of it's an essential infrastructure, and like they're all like they felt like this is the silver bullet, they found the solution. But I feel like if you said that, you said nothing yet, because that's just the starter of the conversation. Because the big question is the conditions of access, and soon enough, especially non-commoditized products, which cannot be put on an exchange in this way, you will have the question of price. And that question of price is something that the European Commission, as a quite neoliberal project in itself, and very much using at least a neoliberal playbook of opening markets, we don't have that very well used. We rarely use it. We're not really equipped with the kind of rule book and the economics that we're using, equipped to be discussing these things. So that's why I think the discussion about infrastructure and regulating at that, like an analogous to infrastructure, yes, maybe in your specific point on the cloud, there is a case, it's very interesting, but I think more broadly, the question of price should be, if you want to discuss this, you have to discuss about what will be a fair price, coming back to the fairness. And that's uncomfortable at this stage.
Really wonderful, thank you. We have 9 minutes left. I was hoping to hear some questions. We have maybe time for 2. And if not, I have a hard question for the panelists. Hello. Can we get a mic in the middle? Or you could raise your voice.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ursula Pahl from NOIB, the European Center of Digital Rights. We work on the
digital omnibus, on GDPR, any privacy. And sorry, Caroline, I could not be prompted by your statement that what simplification means for you or for the Commission, it's rules that are easily understood, right? Well, what I think you know our criticism, and I just want to make it a point here again, because it's something that is so hard to accept, that the European Commission still insists that the digital omnibus is about simplification and technical changes, and that it's not really reducing fundamental rights, which actually it does. But I don't even want to talk about that. I want to just counter the narrative that this is so simple, what you are doing in terms of bringing simplification, right? I just wanted to give 2 examples. So one is the famous new definition of personal data that the Commission has proposed, where we have now a situation where, according to the GDPR, pseudonymized data is personal data. Pseudonymized data is basically personal data. Commission proposes a new definition for personal data that would make it very casuistic, that would make it dependent on the individual capacities and intentions of the controllers, whether they can de-identify the pseudonymous data, whatever. So it makes it very difficult, right? It's not simple. The second example is really touching on the fundamental right to access to your data, which is a self-standing right according to the Charter of Fundamental Rights. And the Commission says it is only there for you if you want to use it to check the lawfulness of the processing. And if you have abusive intentions, then you should not have the right to request. And then everybody would have to, and like the enforcement authorities would have to find out whether the data subject had abusive intentions and for what purposes. So this is not simplification. It's easy to understand that you have a right to data access. Everybody understands that, no matter what reason you want to use it, but you're not simplifying. I just wanted to make that very clear. And if I may, on the blueprint for better, why don't we go back to evidence-based policy making? Why can we not do what the Commission has always been good at and has for 20 years trying to get better at? Now, all of a sudden, we drop that and we do whatever seems to be the right thing in the last second without preparation, and we dismantle fundamental rights. That would be my wish for the future. Thank you.
So, thank you. Well, I think on that we will disagree. First of all, concerning the definition of personal data, is it not a simplification to bring in the law what the Supreme Court of the European Union just said? Is it not? Well, I think all the arguments you brought in there and all the questions you brought in there are actually questions about the reach of the judgment, which is not also one-off judgment, but it's all what the court was saying since 2016. And the very fact that although the court said it already in 2016 in the Breyer judgment, and it was nevertheless litigated over and over again until September last year, this very fact shows how much it was important to bring in what the court said in the law. Concerning the notion of abuse, the access right, again, the court just said, because I think, Ursula, you're taking the issue with the very fact that a law can be, a right can be abused, which is a general theory of law. Yeah, any right can be abused. And it's what the court, again, Court of Justice in Luxembourg just said. So what we do in Article 12 is to say, yes, this right can be abused. And we have just seen several examples of that which brought the jurisprudence. I don't think that it gives justice to the cause of NGOs defending the idea that a right can be defended only when one does not exclude the possibility of abuse this right. Yeah? So, because bottom line, this is what it amounts to. You just want to say this right can be exercised always and ever, so that there cannot be, on the side of data subjects, situations as the one which led, for example, to Brina and Rottler and several other cases which are coming up, where the situation of illegality is created by the data subject in order to be able to get the compensation afterwards. I'm not sure defending this kind of situation helps anybody, yeah? Also not the NGOs. But I understand we will, I think, there have to disagree. And I also repeat that you were never taking an issue with the fact that the recital, I do not have the number, 60-something, which informs precisely the right of access, says that this right was provided for in order for the data subject to be aware of the data which is being processed and to check its legality. So I'm a little bit lost why the fact that the Commission proposed to re-quote the recital, which is already in the GDPR, amounts to deregulation, cutting down the rights, and the big calls for impact assessment, which, as we all know, is a very long exercise, which is in this case not necessary because the impact assessment on this recital was already made when the GDPR was approved, so adopted when the proposal came and when the legislators adopted that. Thank you very much.
I still have the micro, but I will not respond. But I would really like to respond.
Your desire is noted and will be continued at the coffee break.
Just we have evidence also about the real problem, if I may add that. It is not the problem of abuse, because we have seen in the Brilliant Rothschild case that the law can defend, so to speak, the controller that is being abused. The real problem is that the right to access is
We
not
will continue
respected.
this conversation.
Because you said you want to make compliance easier. That's not what you're doing, because people don't have right to access.
Thank you very much. Good comments.
Is your proposition really to say that we are cutting down of the right of access because we are saying you cannot abuse the right? This is it. This is what you are saying.
I'm going to. We are ready to go to the. All right. How fast can your question be? Can it be 5 words? All right, I'm counting.
Yeah, the European Commission seems like you're like super quick in order to try to curtail abuse from data subjects, but when it comes to data controllers and data processors, you're completely ignoring it.
Oh.
That's it.
And namely, can you be a little bit more specific to which extent in the digital omnibus we ignore the fact that data controllers and sometimes often non-compliant, well, I wouldn't say often because I don't think it gives justice to the whole side of the controllers who do apply, but obviously there are companies who do not comply. So can you believe a little bit more specific?
Well, how about you look at the reports from NOIB, because they are definitely providing you evidence that you do not want to look at.
We're wrapping up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, we looked at a very broad evidence.
We care very much about time.
Not only by NOIB, but also other NGOs, other stakeholders, academia, and businesses, big and small, which we did not ignore. And I invite you very much to have a look at the results of the call of evidence and the results of the implementation dialogue, which we hold, all public documents, and it's very easy to get access.
Thank you very much. Our next panelist is very important. She's going to finish up.
Very nice remark, because I think the Professor Harcourt was just saying about monopolization of power. It would be when only one entity has the saying about what should be done. So I understand your proposition would be that one NGO should decide on everything.
Thank you. I mean, this has been a rousing, protopian
By the way, I'll
panel.
take a lot of these posters with me and put them in DigiComp, because I do experience the pressure of the corporate interests and the unevenness of the presence. So I'll take many, but if somebody helps me carry them, I'll put them there because it's not financed by corporate money, I guess. So I think I'll put them so that people have this to counteract the capture, which is, in my view, real, and I've written about it.
You know, when I was a teenager, I had posters of like pop stars on my bedroom wall, and I feel like this poster would do that. Thank you very much for listening to this panel. I found it very educational. I will pass the microphone back to you.
We're now going to have our keynote speech followed by a Q&A, so you can prepare your questions. For our closing keynote, we have joining us remotely Professor Shoshana Zuboff, scholar, activist, and author of The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. Let's see if we have Professor Zuboff connected. Yes, there we go. Hello, Professor Zuboff. Thank you so much for joining us today. I turn the floor over to you now for your closing keynote, and then we'll take a few questions afterwards.
Thank you. Well, it's I wish I could be in Brussels with all of you and really talking and discussing after the speech, but I'm very glad that the cameras allow me to see you. Which is very good for me, maybe not as good for you. Hola, Elena. Hola, Alex. I see friends. I see friends in the audience. All right, so I'm going to take you on a bit of a whirlwind tour through some different time zones. All of it, well, most of it in the 21st century, a lot of it anyway. And I'm going to start with a specific evening, November 10th, 2019. We were in Berlin. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Go like that. Yes, yes, I can hear you. Yes, yes. Okay, good. November 10th, 2019, when then President-elect Dr. Ursula von der Leyen generously made the trip from Brussels to Berlin to present me with the Axel Springer Award for my book on surveillance capitalism. I believe there is a reason, she said, that Shoshana Zuboff's book was first published here in Europe. Shoshana has a message of opportunity for how we Europeans can shape our own approach to the digital world. He continued, we believe in a human-centric approach. Europe puts values, rights, trust, and the rule of law above all else. This must also apply to the European approach to the digital age. For us, new technologies will never mean new values. For us, the individual is not just one of a mass group, not a mere customer or a data point among others. The individual is first and foremost a citizen with rights and control over their own lives, analog or digital. These citizens' rights have to be protected. And as few political leaders do, she seemed to grasp her historical moment, a time when Europe stood out as the only geopolitical force capable of stopping the free fall into dystopia and resetting the course of our still young information civilization toward a flourishing human future, the future that most people wanted then and yearn for still, with even more anxiety and more passion. She said, yes, there are possibilities to act in governments and on the level of the European Union. We can and we have the obligation to work better on a better system based on our values of freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. She understood that those values would be ground to dust by any one of the other great powers. She said, in the US, the market traditionally comes first, and government is restrained. In Asia, it's often the opposite, and the individual has to accept a subordinate role. In Russia, they just introduced a law that requires internet providers to install network equipment capable of identifying the source of traffic and filter content. In considering the EU's leadership role, Von der Leyen was clear. In contrast to the other great powers, Europe had a long tradition of balancing the power of government and market while attaching particular priority to the individual. She said, that is Europe's great advantage in shaping the digital age. I recall the feeling in the room when she concluded her remarks. It was cold outside. You could hear the wind coming through the windows. We were on the top floor. And I already had a flu. But there was a sense of warmth, of shared hope, of solidarity, and of genuine relief around the room that the woman who was to lead the EU truly grasped the significance of this next great transformation engulfing our civilization. And there was relief at her understanding that among the great powers, only the EU had institutionalized and was prepared to act on the values, rights, and laws that could forge a democratic and digital century for Europe and for the many others around the world desperate to outrun dystopia. That was 2019. Now, before we go forward in time, I'm going to take you back further in my time machine to 1997. Most of us know that democratic societies are under siege across the globe and that autocracies are on the rise. We also know that big tech is bigger than ever. The flywheel that drives tech's most recent stage of development, often characterized as generative AI, lays claim to the totality of human information, capital, and natural resources. These facts are in plain sight, but less obvious is their explanation. Why democratic contraction and explosive autocratic expansion? These are not random events or mere coincidence. They are twin-born, two sides of one coin, an accidental dystopia crafted by democratic political leaders. Let me repeat that. A dystopia crafted by democratic political leaders in a bonfire of ignorance, of moral disorientation, and of intellectual confusion. Let's visit for a moment a sunny July 2nd, 1997, at the dawn of the public internet, when President Bill Clinton stepped up to the White House podium and introduced the Clinton-Gore White Paper on Electronic Commerce to a grand hall packed with the glitterati of the U.S. tech sector. There was a youthful Eric Schmidt, a graceful Tim Berners-Lee, an awkward Bill Gates. The White Paper was a critical point of origin for the madness that would curse the decades that followed. Clinton described electronic commerce as, quote, the Wild West of the global economy, and then he pledged to keep it so. The internet, he said, should be a global free trade zone, a place where government makes every effort not to stand in the way. It was the textbook rendering of the neoliberal creed that elevates a free market above all other societal considerations. Clinton and Gore wrapped their ideology in Silicon Valley's crackpot mythology of the internet as an extra-societal zone called cyberspace, where the norms, rights, and laws of real-world democracies do not apply. Determined to impress a fawning audience with his free market bona fides, Clinton announced, "We want the private sector to regulate itself. We want to encourage all nations to refrain from imposing discriminatory taxes, tariffs, unnecessary regulations, cumbersome bureaucracies." With little faith in the government that he represented, Clinton warned that business innovation must be protected above all other considerations. Business models, he said, must evolve rapidly. Government attempts to regulate are likely to be outmoded by the time they're finally enacted. Existing laws and regulations that hinder electronic commerce should be reviewed and revised or eliminated to reflect the needs of the new electronic age. The US abdication of the new global information space to private capital at that early stage of a vast structural transformation to an information civilization was a tragic own goal that left a void where democratic governance should have been. Imagine if Clinton and Gore had rejected that blundering, greedy, ideologically driven forfeit and instead established a process for thoughtful deliberation within and across democracies, where participants from every level of society considered and constructed a 21st century governance infrastructure able to advance democratic values, rights, responsibilities, institutions, norms, and principles in a connected digital world. Instead, the US and its sister democracies abandoned whole societies to new forms of digitally mediated violence from both state and market actors. They surrendered the opportunity to lay the foundations of a democratic digital century during its critical first decades, depriving an increasingly connected world community of a clear alternative to the Chinese model of an authoritarian, surveillance-based information civilization. If this sounds eerily familiar, it's because democratically elected leaders around the world are reenacting this drama now under the moniker of a so-called artificial intelligence. What should we learn from the past 3 decades to guide us now? Voids are fleeting, and the void of democratic governance at the birth of the public internet was quickly filled by the kinds of predators who stalk every lawless gold rush. 1 year after Clinton's giveaway, 1998, a BBC interview with Eric Schmidt anticipated the anti-democratic world to come. Mr. Schmidt, who was then CEO of software company Novell, would soon be tapped as Google's first chief executive, where he would oversee the development and deployment of surveillance capitalism and learn to modulate his public utterances. But on that day, in 1998, when asked about Silicon Valley's politics, Schmidt barked his answers without hesitation. Quote, "We are anti-government, anti-regulation, anti-Congress." The BBC asked, "You want a jungle, in fact, don't you? Where the most powerful survive and there's no safety net for those underneath?" Schmidt replied, "That's correct." And the BBC asked, "Are you proud of it?" Schmidt replied with a broad grin, "Yes." What made Schmidt's demand for unaccountable and unconstrained authority even more brazen was his clear understanding that in the absence of democratic governance, an internet owned and operated by Silicon Valley was certain to transform societies in unimaginable and dangerous ways. Quote, "We've never run an experiment where all 100 or 200 million people who are connected to the network, of course there are many more now, where their voices are actually heard. We've never run such a large experiment in anarchy in the history of the world. All sorts of things are going to happen." Despite the unprecedented and therefore impossible to anticipate risks that he foresaw, Schmidt insisted that he and his colleagues had the right to run it all without interference, leaning on the same arguments that Gilded Age oligarchs relied on over a century ago and tech industry leaders parrot today. Quote, "We want the government out of our business," he told the BBC. Quote, "We want to be free to pursue our own interests." And quote, "We also want government to leave us alone." I've always thought that last one was a little bit redundant. Thanks to the Clinton core doctrine, the Silicon Valley elite got its way by simply claiming experimental authority over a world historic transformation in the global conditions of human communication, information integrity, the fate of truth, and the distribution of knowledge in an information civilization. Nothing too important. Thus began a multi-decade experiment that continues to this day, replete with the uncertainties and tragedies of global information anarchy based on private ownership of the information space without constraint or accountability. There were to be no rights to have rights in this vision, not for human subjects, not for citizens, no guiding laws, no transparency, no democratic governance. It was to be the companies who determine the answers to the questions of knowledge, authority, and power. What could possibly go wrong? The answer? Surveillance capitalism. The new economic logic was born at Google in 2002, barely a year after Eric Schmidt was chosen as the startup's first CEO. It was the gloomy emergency of the dot-com bust, and the Valley had yet to figure out how to turn data and users into money. In the heat of the crisis, a small band of engineers and data scientists, working closely with Google founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin, stumbled into a discovery and a big idea. First, they determined that with each internet engagement, users unknowingly leave a trail of behavioral signals that can be captured, rendered as data, aggregated and analyzed to reveal hidden depths of highly predictive personal information and used to forecast future behavior. Next came Larry Page's big idea. The experiences and behaviors of every person who touches the internet will become searchable, knowable, actionable. These enormous flows of personal data will enable behavioral predictions that can be sold in bulk like any other commodity, barrels of oil, tons of wheat, beginning with the famous click-through rate. I've called these data flows behavioral surplus because they were more than what the company needed to support its user services. Now Google's computers, referred to even then as, quote, our AI, they would be the means through which advertisers placed their bets. Everything depended on maximum data extraction and maximum data flow, tending toward totality. The more data, the more accurate the predictions, the more knowledge, wealth, and power for Google. Each step in the operational sequence was designed to evade user awareness. From Google's point of view, the user was no longer the end game, but rather a passive, zero-cost reservoir of human-generated data to be extracted, rendered as revenue, and later targeted for profit. Beyond those utilities, the user, as an actual human being, had no relevance to surveillance capitalism's commercial project. Anything other than cluelessness and passivity was regarded as dangerous friction in the gears of profit. Back in Google's infancy, the cost of success still demanded at least a little bit of a moral reckoning. Some of the leadership team argued for transparency. Page and Brin insisted on aggressive data capture and retention. In real life, if you secretly take something from someone and sell it for your own profit, that's called stealing. Page feared that transparency would lead to open rebellion from users and mobilize lawmakers into action against the company. What if the entire business breakthrough was redefined as theft? Ultimately, it was Page who made the final decision, concluding, telling the team, quote, they can never know. Rather than simply serving its users, Google would serve its users' behavioral surplus to the machines. And it fell to CEO Eric Schmidt to manage and grow the new operations of surveillance capitalism. Schmidt quietly instituted what he called the hiding strategy, as Google employees were warned not to speak about its backstage operations or respond to any rumors of flowing cash. Democracy may die in the dark, but the operations of surveillance capitalism, it was decided, can only survive in the dark. These moral choices condemned Google, and eventually the tides of surveillance capitalists that followed, to a permanent death match with democracy. They had to fight the possibility of laws that would end their stealing. They had to ensure that the public remained both dependent on and ignorant of the true scope of their fast-growing knowledge, authority, and power. The idea of governments granting rights to users that would effectively ban secret data collection, that was an unacceptable outcome, an unacceptable risk. No one would admit that the new frontier of behavioral advertising and Google's burgeoning wealth were built on the secret strip mining of its own users. Surveillance capitalism now intermediates nearly all human engagement with digital architectures, information flows, digital products and services, and nearly all roads to economic, political, and social participation lead through its institutional terrain. Every product and service now comes with a privacy policy. My toothbrush has a privacy policy. I'm not joking. Just about every business in every sector is on the take, and our lives continue to be what is taken. Commodities for sale, secretly, ceaselessly, comprehensively. The Clinton-Gore white paper laid down the paradigm and the vocabulary for a new age in which the tech companies self-regulate, but the people cannot. Every US president to follow doubled down on Clinton's message. Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, and Trump again. We pay a high price for the political failure that was set into motion on that day in 1997 and the commercial realities of supercharged information anarchy. It is astonishing to consider that this far down the line, this far in our zombie march toward dystopia, we still are able to see that it's a pay-for-play, undisciplined operation. Any corporation, any individual, any politician, any dark money cabal, foreign power, disinformation factory, troll farm, authoritarian dictator, sociopath, narcissist, megalomaniac, malignant billionaire, or trillionaire, whether pursuing a personal, commercial, or political agenda, behind the cloak of secrecy that only the unique privacy privileges of the platforms can provide. Any one of them can do whatever they want. This is the World Wide Web of information anarchy that Schmidt so eagerly anticipated. And this experiment in anarchy is now just another day. Please pass the salt. When anyone at any time can plunge a poison needle of toxic information into any current of the global information bloodstream. It's now defined by tides of disinformation and related forms of information corruption, defended by a doctrine of private ownership that levies zero accountability for the violence it imposes. Societies overwhelmed by information anarchy face disinformation, polarization, electoral dysfunction, reshaping politics and polity in nations and regions around the world because the algorithmic privileging of corrupt information is good for business. These conditions of human communication are a universe removed from the liberal archetype of the public square. The internet's communication spaces are more like a jungle, dense with predatory algorithmic organisms, engagement ranking, recommender systems, behavioral predictions, content targeted to your interests, politics, sexuality, personality, fears, subliminal cues to manipulate emotions, engineered social comparison dynamics, and content triggers of disinformation customized for remote behavioral control. Under these conditions, democracy does not hold. Information anarchy favors autocracy. Schmidt understood this core dynamic at an early age. Democracies in every region now face unrelenting pressure, from Brazil to Romania to Norway, Poland, Spain, Australia, India, the UK. Each day there are new cases as democratic leaders struggle in the void, forced to improvise solutions to each new crisis, genuinely desperate to protect elections or institutions or people from chaos and even death by information anarchy. In May 2022, the Biden-appointed commissioner of the U.S. Food and Drug Agency, Dr. Robert Califf, went on CNN to discuss the agency's finding that misinformation had become the leading cause of death in America, with a disturbing effect on Americans' life expectancy. So, fool me twice. In 2019, I believed that the coming third decade was likely to be the moment when the democracies, led by the EU, would finally reclaim the void for democratic renewal and reconstruction. Instead, Mr. Sam Altman and his company OpenAI sought first mover advantage by abruptly releasing their AI chat GPT directly into the consumer space. That was 2022, with no warning or institutional preparation. Altman and his team had no idea what to expect, only that they wanted to be first. Journalists Karen Howe closely followed those early years of OpenAI's arrival on the world stage with its obsessive drive toward dominating the totality of every resource. Its generative AI is, quote, trained on more data and compute than have ever been used before. Howe called it the maximalist form of deep learning. She wrote, it feeds on the exploding troves of data amassed through surveillance capitalism and abetted by the culture of AI research that views consuming as much data as possible as its moral responsibility. According to Howe, the features of totality and speed would change the course of AI development and fuel an unprecedented expansion of surveillance capitalism. A report from Privacy International concurs. Just as surveillance capitalism took over the web, they wrote, it will take over Gen AI as the dominant business model. Surveillance capitalism entrenched disrespect for users' personal data so deep into tech companies' ethos that the foundation of Gen AI itself was the exploitation of this data through scraping and processing. That from Privacy International. So here was a fresh round of theft, even more contemptuous, more brazen than the first. The race for totalities of data drowned out every moral and legal question as the AI companies went after everything: voices, faces, copyrighted materials, scraping every internet page with the Common Crawl, and still warning that it wasn't enough. Artists and lawyers, no longer clueless, accused the companies of stealing the world's IP, the world's IP. The surveillance capitalist bosses are best understood not only in their economic role as oligopolists, and not only in their societal role as oligarchs, but rather now in their unprecedented civilizational role as totalitarians, who, rooted in the virgin spaces of an unprecedented market that they themselves created. Their market trades in knowledge of and control over humanity, for the sake of the lucrative opportunities that such knowledge and control can offer. Far from mere bros, and by the way, can we please stop calling them that? These corporate chieftains can fairly be described as the most dangerous leaders in the history of modern capitalism. More recently, their abrupt introduction of so-called generative AI into the consumer space and the totalitarian ethos of their work, expressed in the absolutist claim on all the world's content, capital, and energy. This has only intensified the danger that we should ascribe to these men, not simply the machines, but the men. In their vision of the future, every societal domain is remade as information science that only they can govern. Citizens have no standing here. After years of capturing, analyzing, and trading on behavioral surplus, there is little violence left in that very small step to the next stage of totalizing evolution, where humanity is recast as simply a human surplus, the detritus of the fraught, sub-optimized age of humans. There is a reason why they build data centers in secret, without community knowledge or participation or voice. There is a reason why they strip us of our shadows to sell and manipulate. There is a reason why we ask for democratic governance of AI and receive bots that sport new ads, that circumvent our children's critical learning skills, that record our activity and moral dilemmas that they might better imitate us in the future. The system uses everything we have, everything that can be taken, except for us. We are human surplus in the long game of a new totalitarian worldview. It is a future decentered from the human. It is not the future that we ask for. Most importantly, this is not the inevitable fate of our people and our time. All of this, as you have gathered by now, has been a story about power. And key to this drama is the lesson that surveillance capitalism was invented by a specific group of human beings in a specific time and place for specific reasons. It is not the destiny of digital technology, nor is it a necessary expression of information capitalism. It was intentionally constructed at a moment in history to solve someone's problem and to advance someone's interests. What does it mean then to lose democracy? Will our children understand the meaning of the phrase liberal democracy? This is not a difficult puzzle, but it is a tragic one. In 2024, that was the first time since the year 2002, which you might recall is the year that surveillance capitalism was invented. It was the first time that there were more autocracies than democracies in the world. 91 autocracies accounted for 72% of the world population. There were 88 democracies. Only 29 were liberal democracies, the least common regime type in the world, accounting for less than 12% of the world's population at that time, the lowest in 50 years. Then, in 2025, things obviously got worse. In 2024, the level of democracy for the average world citizen reached back to 1985 levels. In 2025, it was back to 1978 levels. There were 92 autocracies with 6 billion people, or 74% of the world population, and 87 democracies, with the US losing its status as a liberal democracy. That regime type, by that time in 2025, accounted for only 7% of the world's population, most of those folks living as your neighbors right in Europe. According to the researchers at VDAM, as you know, the Swedish institute that does this vital work each year, disinformation and polarization are key drivers of this democratic collapse and the rise of autocracies. So, if you were a normal oligarch or even just for a moment, some kind of tech bro, and you learned about all of this, wouldn't your very first reaction be to fix it? Because they can fix it. But there's a reason why they do not fix it. They have great power. And the only threat to that power is democracy, the rule of law, the governance of democratic institutions, privacy laws that kill behavioral surplus, laws that prosecute them as thieves. Eric Schmidt spelled it out. We want the government to leave us alone. The totalitarian leaders of big tech reserve their most intense fear for the European Union. Their anxiety reflects the strength and growing efficacy of the EU's commitment to a democratic digital century, including the primacy of the rule of law and democratic institutions, the integrity of information, the solidarity of society, and the dignity and rights of citizens. For these last decades, these have been the foundation of EU policy when it comes to the digital future. The corporations regard these principles as existential threats, of course, because in the EU they are, or at least were and have been, understood as the foundational code for all of society, including the information and communication spaces of the internet. And that is why Mark Zuckerberg made a ridiculous video that blasted out to the world on January 7th, 2025, shortly before the inauguration of his new friend, Mr. Trump, and in it had a special message for President von der Leyen. We're going to work with President Trump, he said, to push back on governments around the world that are going after American companies and pushing to censor more. Europe has an ever-increasing number of laws institutionalizing censorship and making it difficult to build anything innovative there. Well, we'll unpack that in a moment. In the years between 2019 and 2026, Europe, like the rest of the world, was relentlessly targeted by the forces of disinformation and polarization, fighting autocratic political factions within its own leadership institutions, as well as many of its member states. Still, it managed to produce the AI Act, the first comprehensive attempt at AI governance in the world, and certain to have a massive and positive Brussels effect. Then came Mr. Trump and his Orwellian language games, organized to diminish and insult the very actors that he most fears. The tech leaders mobilized their ground troops, charged with peeling back the most significant gains of the new AI legislation. The language of many EU leaders appeared to change. Suddenly, it was like Clinton was in the room, and his 1997 speech was strewn all over the table. Now it was all rollbacks of regulations, simplification, competitiveness, stress testing, implementation dialogues, omnibus legislation, too much bureaucracy slowing us down, but we need further study and long delays in implementing changes, and innovation, that bright spark of a term that never disappoints, always under attack from regulations and laws and rights of citizens. Darn those lawmakers who dare to make laws. Many of the EU's prominent civil society organizations, including EDRi and CDT Europe, Corporate Europe Observatory, Amnesty International, and please forgive me for all the great work that I'm leaving out right here. Thoughtful analyses were issued showing how the digital omnibus would weaken or destroy key legal scaffolding of the EU's most vaunted tech policies, from e-privacy to GDPR to the AI Act, weakening safety obligations, compromising rights protections. President von der Leyen's speech at the Copenhagen Competitiveness Summit in late 2025 responded to the new environment, also channeling Clinton like the ghost of Christmas future. terms like speeding up, combine public and private capital, scale up, faster, cheaper. We need simplification, she said. We need simplification. We need deregulation. President von der Leyen's language moves back in time to the dawn of all things digital, when the harms and the violence that follow from the commodification of humanity and its revision as mere human surplus were not yet known to us, when we could not have imagined the eagerness to trade democracy and the rights of many for the wealth and power of the few. There is also a deep irony in play here. The situation is framed as a conflict between innovation and regulation, when neither one of those is relevant to the facts of this historical moment. The tech companies are infinitely wealthy, and there is nothing to stop them from innovating, I promise you, whatever innovation means to them on any particular day. The facts suggest that they do not want to innovate. Surveillance capitalism has been insanely rewarding for the companies and the executives of the companies and the investors in the companies, even as they move forcefully into a new dimension of AI. They double down on the goals and operations of surveillance capitalism and the totalitarian vision. As to regulation, when we consider the harms produced by these commercial operations, harms so powerful that they are literally destroying democracy all over the world, one sees that the window for effective regulation has shut. When business practices extract an unacceptable moral and human cost, the historical experience has been to recognize the need for abolition, not regulation. Regulation did not solve the scourge of child labor. 5 hours in the mill if you're 5 years old? I don't think so. Nor was there any meaningful way to regulate human slavery. In both cases, societies recognized the need for fundamental change. A moral catastrophe had to be eliminated. If the culpability of the surveillance capitalists in the destruction of democracy is not such a moral catastrophe, then nothing is or ever will be. Is President von der Leyen failing us, or are we failing her? Europe moves to the right, impelled by the very forces and dynamics that her 2019 solutions were intended to vanquish. The right has organized itself around new levers of power across EU institutions. The algorithms are on their side. But in survey after survey and poll after poll, the people of the EU and those in other nations and on other continents yearn to align themselves with the kind of future promised by President von der Leyen in her 2019 remarks. Situational awareness, grasp of the historical moment, and a sense of the immense opportunity to rescue and expand our democratic legacy can help us ignite a new conversation and a new movement with many voices eager to close the book on citizens' helplessness and lawmakers' compliance. This is what the future needs from us now, if democracy is to survive another generation. In closing, allegiance to democracy necessarily originates in allegiance to the well-being and capabilities of people. The concept of democracy is the one breakthrough idea in the long human story that insists on the worthiness of human beings and thus our inalienable right to self-govern. It is in its essence an expression of respect for and faith in self and others. It follows then that at its roots, the defense of democracy is an act of love we pay forward to a still indeterminate future. This requires mustering our connection to love of country and community, yes, but the work does not stop there. In our time, the most dangerous threat is to our faith in the human. Living humans, not machines, make society and guarantee our rights and guarantee the right to have rights. Can we rekindle belief in ourselves, in one another, and in the global society to which we entrust our children and the generations that follow? If democracy is to survive the coming decades, it will be because enough people in enough societies chose to love the human and to lock arms in the kind of future only we can make. And as you well know, love is always a gamble. But who among us has ever been able to refuse that bet? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Zuboff. I think indeed what you were saying about regulation and innovation not being diametrically opposed, but also kind of missing the larger point is a point well taken in this room in terms of what we've been talking about all day. I'm also totally for getting rid of the term tech bros. I completely agree with you there. I think we have time for one quick question from the audience, if anyone has one for Professor Zuboff. Yes. Yes, microphone coming behind you.
Thank you so much, Professor Zuboff. Can you hear me?
I hear you perfectly.
Thank you. This is Laura from CDT Europe. My question is, what is your message to EU policymakers right now, finding themselves at the forefront of the regulation?
Did I not just tell you? Did I not just tell you my message? Should I repeat it?
Louder and clearer.
My message is, what made 2019 in that episode that I described to you in Berlin, what made that so moving was the deep sense of historical awareness and the sense of where the EU stood, had stood, and where it could lead, how it could lead, and how the conditions of history at that moment made it aligned, and the fact that there are, even in 2019, literally every poll and every survey was showing us population responses in the 90 percentiles, 80 percentiles. Everybody wanted tech to be reined in by its democratically elected leaders. All of this has simply become more intensified in these passing years. And because it's become more intensified, the tech companies are determined to fight harder. And of course, this is why they aligned themselves with Trump. They didn't align themselves with Trump early in the campaign because they thought he was a terrific guy. They aligned themselves with Trump because at the end of everything in those campaigns, he was the only thing left standing that offered some kind of hope that they might be protected from the new strength that democracy was showing and the new laws that were clearly coming down the road for them. I have a lot of material on that. I didn't talk about it today because we already had a lot to discuss. But this is what I feel would bring a sense of moral necessity, of courage, of even joy, sense of purpose that is the highest purpose that is almost possible to imagine. And that is that we see the democracies collapsing. We know they're collapsing because largely the most the largest independent variable in all of these analyses are the harms that are put out by this nefarious surveillance capitalist-based process of the commoditization of the human and how those operations work in the real world if they're going to produce maximum profit. So this is an opportunity for all of us to be heroes, for all of us to listen to the future, for all of us to do its bidding. Because if we don't, we have proof now. It will not be a future that we want to live in. It will not be the future we want our families to survive in for the next generations. It will not be the future that our people deserve.
Thank you very much, Professor Zuboff, for joining us here today. But another round of applause for her.
Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our discussions today. I think that's a good rousing point to end with. And, I think one key word that Professor Zuboff said, one key phrase, is that the biggest fear of the tech companies is the European Union. And as she was just explaining, that is the reason why they have aligned themselves with Donald Trump. That's the reason they sat there in the Oval Office around that table looking like a Politburo meeting, each praising him more than the previous one, because they are so afraid of the European Union that they have allied themselves with him now, as she pointed out, even when they didn't do that in his first term or in the interim period. And it shows the power that the European Union has, a power that most Europeans don't understand, don't know that they have. And I think, as she was saying, we need to make sure that we are not failing President von der Leyen if we are not asking her to deliver on that promise that she made in 2019. It's a good reminder of the power that we actually have here in the EU. On that note, I'd like to welcome up to the podium Laura Lazaro Cabrera from CDT Europe for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Dave. And before formally moving on to the remarks, I'd like to ask everyone in the room to give it up for him, for his thoughtful shepherding of the event. Thanks so much for keeping us to time, even when it was tough. This is actually the first in the long list of things. I'd like to thank, the organizers for the terrific work they put in organizing this event, to the panelists for handling difficult questions with depth and grace, to the tech people, both in the panels and the tech showcase, for sharing their vision, their creativity, but most importantly to you, the attendees here in person and online, for your time, for your attention. We know it's a busy period, especially on the topic of deregulation, so your time is certainly appreciated and your active engagement is as well. I'd like to take us through everything that was discussed today. I think there's a red thread here that's important to focus on. So the first lightning talks really pulled the veil on the harmful, often misguided assumptions underpinning this narrative that Europe is missing out, that Europeans are missing out. Hopefully, they showed you evidence that this is far from being the case and that indeed Europeans can be the product instead of being the ones who benefit. The first panel talked about the importance of realizing what was at stake. And they really drove home the message that if there wasn't a broader public interest vision tying everything together, then we weren't really aware of what we were talking about. And the final panel sketched out a vision of what a different future might look like in the public interest. There we heard comments about less is more, alternatives are important, and democratic processes are key. And I'm not going to try and sum up the fantastic lecture that we just got from Professor Zuboff. So tying everything together, it seems that at a time of rapid geopolitical changes, tech advancement, policymakers seem to feel that they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And they seem to be faced with two choices. The first, to be despondent about the magnitude of the challenge ahead, and the second, to try to start from scratch, reject everything, start upending the frameworks and principles that have served us so well for so long, so often at great cost and often blindly. It's clear that Europe cannot afford to do nothing,
but rushing to participate in someone else's race is not the answer either. As Professor Zuboff has eloquently showed, the US shows us the steep cost of the move fast and break things mentality, both in terms of public outcry, but also harm. A race on those terms can only lead to a hollow victory. EU policymakers can and should do better, and a different future is possible. If the EU wants to have a competitive edge, it must take root in the public interest to be legitimate, equitable, and resilient. We want to offer a third choice other than the ones I've just discussed, and it's one of courage, as Professor Zuboff emphasized. The EU answer must be grounded in trust and autonomy. There are key ingredients that we offer in the blueprint, but I'd like to restate for the benefit of everyone here today. We want fair and sustainable digital markets that expand consumer choice, make innovators compete both on the quality of their products and shared values, and that promote public infrastructure. We want confidence in the EU's foundational rights and values, greater backing of regulators, and simpler procedures for collectives and individuals to obtain redress when they've been harmed. We want a culture that supports scientific research to enable innovation, to meaningfully sandbox and test new technologies, and to come up with future-proof solutions. Overall, we want innovation that serves society at large, protects people, and makes tech work with and for them. Europe can and should set the terms of the digital future that we want. Take us into a different future, one that is not dystopian self-regulation or a totalitarian vision of the world. With the blueprint, we hope to have shared some of civil society's key priorities. We're open to continuing the conversation later, hopefully over some drinks. Thank you, everyone.